Aluhu. El Shaddai Lehenu Olea Botenu. Abiyabim Abiyizkat Rabbi Yaakov. Takwados, Wishemeka Kwados, Baruch Shemeka Lolam Ma'eh. Wishamlu B'nei Israel Shabbat Ashot. Shabbat Ledorotam Beri Olam. Beni B'nei Israel Oti Lolam. Kisheshek Emi Masa El Shaddai Wa El Shamayim. Wa Ta'anes Ubayom Mashbi Shabbat Wa Nakash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemineka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Purushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Ma'eh. Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto Lolam Ma'eh. Baruch Kabol Lohim Min Kumo Melech Yom. Aluhu Lolam Ma'eh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I see unto the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. Another holy day. A holy day that God has prescribed to be holy. A holy day that God has prescribed to be holy because God himself honored the day. I said the Creator honored the day. How did God honor the day? Because it started from the beginning. When the Creator started, when the Creator, he is the Creator, because he brings things into existence that was never there. That's why he's called the Creator, the Eternal One. Bara means to bring into existence. Anything that was brought into existence, it was never there. It was never there. So during the creation, when God was creating the earth for man to live on, it took him 6 days. On the seventh day, you read, it says, God rested from his work. But the God we serve don't rest because he's a God. The God we serve is not man because he don't need rest. Right. I said the God we serve don't sleep because he's not man. He don't need to sleep. The God we serve don't need to drink or eat. He said the cattle upon 1,000 hills is mine. Huh? If I was hungry, I won't have to tell you because everything belongs to me. All glory to the Creator of heaven and earth. So on the seventh day, the Creator, the word for rest is nadak, means to desist or to cease. To desist or cease from creating. God did not create nothing on the seventh day. Okay? So now, the seventh day, which was called Shabbat. Right? Emperor Roman Constantine, he changed the order of worship. He changed the order of the day from observing the Sabbath day, which was on the seventh day, to Sunday in honor of the sun god. Right? There's a day named, a pagan holiday named Easter or Ishtar, symbolism of the Sunday resurrection of the spring fertility cult. Right? Easter, the Anglo-Saxon form of Ishtar. That's where the word Easter comes from. It stems all the way back into history from a deity named Ishtar. Right? is a pagan system of worship, first penetrated Christianity in the 2nd century, stems from the death of Tammuz on Friday and his resurrection on Sunday. Don't that sound somewhat similar? Huh? See, every nation had a Jesus Christ, had a Jake. I got to stop mentioning his name. I got to stop mentioning his name because God said we should not make mention of the name of other gods. We should not make mention of the name of other gods. So when I say JC, you know who I'm talking about. Huh? You know who I'm talking about. So now, JC, also known as Tammuz, Tammuz, or Tammuz is also known as JC. This guy or this dude supposedly raised on the 3rd day. Raised on the 3rd day. In this, all right? Resurrected on Sunday. On the first, resurrected on the 1st day. Okay? Now, Tamtam was Nimrod's reborn, alias his son, his wife, and mother was Semiramis. His birthday was celebrated on December 25th. All deities and all idols were celebrated and worshipped on December 25th. That's the birth of all deities and all idols. All right? We're going to go into Exodus. We're going to go into Exodus chapter 20. Exodus chapter 20. Let me know when I got it. It said, and God spake all these words, saying. See, these people today have a hard time following after God. I said the people today have a hard time following the true and living God because the people today have many gods. But are they the true and living God? Are they known as the eternal one? Are they known as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? So now I got to ask you, which God do you serve? What God do you serve? What? Huh? I said, what God do you serve? Because according to your actions and your lifestyle will determine and it will show what God you serve. According to how you eat and dress will determine what God you serve. According to your habits and your ways will determine what God you serve. Huh? Because you can only learn the ways of God by reading this book. You will learn his dislikes and you will learn his likes. You will learn what he accepts and you will learn what he do not accept. Now we have to train ourselves to dislike what God hates. Hate what God hates. Now we got to train ourselves to love the things that God loves. Now we got to train ourselves to despise the things that God despises. This is a training, man. We got to train ourselves. I can't train you. I can't train you. The Creator said practice. The word for practice is kemah sehem. To practice, anything you practice becomes habitual. Anything you practice becomes habitual. It becomes a habit. Anything that becomes a habit, it becomes a part of you. Now you will begin to change your DNA because I was never accustomed of living this way. I was never accustomed of living one way until I did this and I lived one way continuously. You will never grow accustomed of observing the day if you don't never come. I got to be into this. I got to be into this in order for this to grow on me. to be into this in order for this to grow on me. Okay? If I'm not into it, it's not going to grow on me. I'm going to despise coming to teachers. I'm going to despise rejecting the things that God loves. Rejecting the things that God hates. Excuse me. These things has to grow on you, man. It said, and God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Okay? Now, we served the Egyptians for a very long time. God put us through that. I said, God put us. God put us through that. Okay? Now, we served the Egyptians for how long? 430 years. When we left Egypt, we were Egyptians. Why I said we was Egyptians? Huh? Why I said we was Egyptians? Because we spent so much time in Egypt, we left there with the mentality of being Egyptians, which caused us, which put a block, which put a stumbling block in their lives. Why? What I mean by that? Because you're only going to act and move according to your way you think. I said you're only going to act and move according to the way you think. So being that they lived so long in Egypt, when they left there with the mentality of Egyptians. Just like today. We've been here too long, man. I said, we've been here too long. We've been here so long that the people don't no longer look at themselves as Hebrews. The people no longer look at themselves as Israel. Even though we sit in these seats talking about we observe the Shabbat, but we sit in these seats with the mentality of Americans. We sit in these seats with the mentality of Americans, which causes us not to accept everything that we read in the book. See, listen here, man. We have to follow in the ways and the customs of our forefathers. And God's ways and customs is all written in the book. It's not on, it's the laws. We got to follow the ways, and our behavior has to change. Our conduct has to change. God shows us what to do and how to gain and attain a wife. What is the ordinance of getting a wife? God said not to be treacherous to your wife, and she should not be treacherous to you. This has to go hand in hand. She can't be treacherous to me, but I could be treacherous to her. No, it don't work that way. There was a way where both parties reacted. They all have a role. I said they all had a role. Men, women, and children had a role in this way of life, man. But these men and the woman are not following their roles. We're not following our roles. You know who set the roles up? God set the roles up. I said, God set the roles up. God set these roles, man. The book says, if your wife don't go the way that you desire her to go, what is the way that the husband desires his wife to go? All men should know the answer. Follow the laws and the commandments of God. If she's not going the way that he desires her to go, which is to follow after the laws and the commandments of God, then what God said? write her a bill of divorce, and sell her out of her house. You do anything other than that, you're not following after the ways of God. The Creator didn't say beat her. He ain't say tie her up and hang up from a rope and get a rope. I told you, no. He ain't say that. The only one the book said to beat is your children. That's it. Your son and your sons. That's it. Once the wife don't go according to the laws of the way that God prescribed, he said divorce her. That's it. We got to follow everything. There is a way and a manner of how man should deal with each other. How I should deal with you and how you should deal with me. There is a way and a manner of how women should deal with each other. All that is prescribed and written in the book. But we want to pick and choose what we want to follow. We want to pick and choose what we want to stand on. And then we walking around talking foolishness out of our mouths. But we refuse to hearken to everything in this book. Mm-hmm. Joshua and Caleb followed God wholly. And that was the only reason why God has accepted Joshua and Caleb. Because they followed God 100%. 100%. So the only way for you, O Israel, to be accepted of God, we have to follow God 100%. There's no other way. There's no other format. The format and the way was already set right here in the book. These rebellious men want to conjure up their own ways. And we want God to accept it. We want to conjure up and start a new wave in Israel. And we want God to accept it. There's a way we're supposed to dress. There's a way that we are supposed to eat. If God said, remove all manner of blood, God said, ye shall eat no manner. Mm-hmm. I said, God said, ye shall eat no manner of blood. Yeah. Why we teach people that it's impossible to get all the blood out? Yeah. Why we teach people that, man? Yeah. Huh? I said, why we teach people this? That it's impossible to get all the blood out when God said to get and remove all the blood. So guess what? If I find it if I'm running into some type of difficulties to removing the blood, then guess what? I guess I'll be the vegetarian for the rest of my life. That's right. Because if I keep soaking and cutting, sucking, coating, soaking, cutting, soaking. See, the reason why we got to soak is because the meat is frozen. We take the meat and we freeze it. And the blood gets all intertwined and coagulates and sucks into the meat. So now it takes a very long time to get that blood out. But if I get tired of I keep soaking and soaking, there ain't no blood, because the blood still there. I had some meat. And I soak and I soak and I soak. I split it in half, blood in the middle, soak. I got tired of soaking, and I got rid of it. Yeah. I'd rather get rid of it than to eat blood, because blood cuts you off from God. People think because they observe Shabbat that they ain't cut off. Yeah. People think because they wear fringes that they ain't cut off. Yeah. Huh? We need to read that book and understand. Cut off don't mean you... Look, listen, man. You know what cut off means? To be estranged. Okay? When God put distance between you and him. When there's distance between you and God, how can you, and most of us can't even determine or see or be able to perceive when God has distanced himself from us.
Yeah.
See, we gotta be what's the word?
Wake up.
Not wake up. We gotta not discern, but it'll come to me. We can't even discern or perceive these things, man. But you know what's great? You know what's our forefathers were able to discern. Our forefathers was able to perceive when they had an evil spirit. Huh? Saul was able to perceive when he had an evil spirit. That's why he called David, King David, to play the harp, to drive away that evil spirit. Let's read. So now we're in Exodus 20, verse 3. So now we served the Egyptians for 430 years. 430 years we served the Egyptians. When we left there, we was Egyptians. We left there with the mind state of being Egyptians. Okay? So, and when we left there with the ways of Egyptians. Their ways left with us. We didn't get rid of our past, and we didn't relinquish what was taught to us in Egyptians because we always end up going back. Anytime they hit a rough patch, they always revert back. That was the natural ways of people. When they hit a rough patch, they don't keep going. They back up to what they know best, which was paganism. That's why you see people today, when they claim they turn towards God, when they claim they turn towards the Creator, and when certain things transpire or happen, they revert back to what they know is best. Paganism. He said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Huh? No other. Right? No other. The word other is achare. Achare means after or to go after. How do you go after other gods? To go after means what? Subsequent to. To go after also means to be in accordance with. To go after means to resemble, to be like, to follow. All right? So now we're going to go into all these definitions to show you what do we do when we go after other gods. The first one is subsequent to. Subsequent to means to have the same view of. When you have the same view as this person, you think the same. You view the situation the same. You look at the situation the same. You handle this situation the same. There's no way, if I'm claiming the heritage of Yaakov and you're a heathen, we're not supposed to view this the same. That's right. Your view or understanding of adultery cannot be the same as my view and understanding of adultery. They have different views. Okay? To be in accordance with. To be in accordance with means to agree with. So now, when you agree, it means you accept. So if I accept you, I agree with your actions that is against God. Huh? We have to watch what we accept. Because the people that we accept are not accepted of God.
That's right.
And when I accept this person, now what happened now? I agree with your actions that is against the Creator. I agree with the things that you do that is against the Creator. This is why a man and a wife have to be one. This is why a man and his wife must be one.
That's right. Because
when you do things that is against God, when you do things that is against the Creator, I can no longer continue to be your husband. Because I am accepting your actions that is against God. That's the only thing that why God said to rule your wife. Huh? Concerning the laws and the commandments, commanding your household under the subjection and the standards of God's laws.
That's right. That's right.
That's it. Okay. So the question was, is this Torah only? Yes, this is Torah only. Okay? Yes, this is Torah only. All right? No, we are not Christians. No, we don't look at JC as our savior. No, we don't. We serve the true creator of earth and heaven and earth.
That's right. That's
The
right.
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's right.
The God of the spirits of all flesh.
That's
the
right.
eternal one. Huh? That's the God we serve.
Yeah.
We don't serve JC. We don't serve and acknowledge JC. We don't acknowledge the Muslim God. We don't acknowledge idols. The works of man's hands that see and can't see. They have eyes that can't see. They have mouth that can't speak. They have ears that can't hear.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Okay? So now, to agree means you accept. So if I accept you, I agree with your action that is against God. When you agree with a person, you are in accord. You are in agreement with that person's opinion, feelings, and purpose. This is why it's very important to watch what you agree with. The first thing we need to do is correlate it with the laws and the commandments of God. Do God agree with it? Do God agree with these actions? Do God accept these actions? And by you asking yourself that, and by you reading the book, you will know what God agree with and what God hate. You have to train yourself to agree with what God agrees with, even though it may rub you the wrong way. Yeah, there are things that people read in the book that rubs them the wrong way, and they find it hard and difficult to agree with it. Why? Because of their surroundings. Why? Because of how they was raised. Why? Because of what they have seen in their life, which because of how they raised, their surroundings, and what they see, they have allowed that to change their mentality, to change their pattern of thought. Now it becomes very difficult to accept what God says, because it's against what God says is against society. I said what God said is against the way society thinks.
Facts.
What God said is against the ways and the custom of society in
That's
America,
right. God
in
is
this
against
God-forsaken place.
That's right. That's right.
I heard a man say, there are good people that don't serve God. You wrong.
Let's say it again.
You wrong.
Say it again.
There are no good people
That don't serve.
that don't serve
Yeah.
God.
What you doing?
There are no good people that don't serve God. You may have some ways. You may have a little ways here and there, because you got people out there that don't know God with good ways
Good ways concerning God.
concerning God. But holy, 100%, there are no good. Look, man, the Creator killed Jeroboam's son.
Yeah.
I said, God killed a baby. And then we want to question God, but God knows why he took that baby's life. Now, the reason why God killed that baby was because the Most High said, I see some good in this child. And if I allow this child to live, his own father is going to corrupt him. So he killed him in his innocence. He killed him. He killed the baby in his innocence. Yeah. And I say this all the time. I wish God would have killed me when I was a baby. In my innocence. Yeah. Yeah. He said, verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Now, what is a graven image? When you look up the word for graven image, is a fesel. A fesel, the root word is fasal, which means anything, fasal meaning anything that was sculpted or carved. We're gonna learn laws. See, people in Israelites don't like to teach certain laws. Why? Because it reveals who they are. It reveals to them who they are, and it reveals to them that the things that they're doing and the things that they are accepting is against God. So they jump over certain laws. They jump over the blood and fat. They jump over the graven images. They jump over certain things that they have a hard time letting go. That they don't want to let go. They jump over the part when God said you shouldn't shave and cut your hair.
Yeah.
Because majority of 90% of Israelites is shaved and they got bald heads. And that's not the outlook or the appearance of a man that claimed the heritage of Jacob.
That's right. Talk about it.
That's not it. That's not it. It's not it, man. And we have a hard time accepting these things.
Yeah.
We have a hard time accepting this. Why? Because we have something called a heathenistic mentality. That's why we shave our face. That's why a brother will go to the store and get a pack of burgers. And when he opened the pack of burgers, he goes in and grabs the pack of burgers and throw it straight on the grill. He don't know if the animal died of itself. He don't know if it was torn by beasts. And that burger's still full of blood. And they cook it. And they fry it. And they eat it. And then they look at you. And the one that's eating it, he's called Kohen.
Yeah.
Ain't that about a... Man, listen, that's a bad motorcycle. That's a bad motorcycle, man. How do we think we're going to get to God breaking and going against the commandments and his laws and his statutes? I said we cannot get to God breaking his laws, commandments, and statutes.
Yeah, talk about it.
I want to serve God, man. I want to serve God. And I want a woman that wants to serve God.
Yeah.
All right? You don't follow me. Follow your man. And let him guide you in righteousness. I said, follow your husbands and allow him to guide you in righteousness. Notice I said in righteousness. Because you can't follow a fool.
That's right.
I said you cannot follow a fool. And a lot of these brothers out here are fools.
That's right.
Calling themselves surnaming themselves after the name of Yaakov.
Yeah.
And going against everything that we read in the book.
Yeah.
Huh? Lead your woman in righteousness.
That's right.
Which means what? You know the law, you lead her towards these laws, commandments, and statutes, and not deal with her in righteousness.
Yeah.
Huh? Come on, man. A fesel. Graven image is a fesel. Now, understand something. When we read the laws and the commandments of God, the history, the Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, all these wise sayings, it's wise that my father always taught me. Get a good dictionary. Get a Hebrew dictionary. Sit down. Read the English. Transfer it into the Hebrew. The Hebrew brings you closer.
Yeah.
Anytime you read it in the purest, in this language, it brings you closer to the meaning. You will get a clearer meaning of what the verse is. So now, graven image, the Hebrew word for a graven image is a fesel. All right? A fesel is an idol, a graven image. Now we're going to go into a graven image. Israel. Haven't we seen men with staffs?
That's right.
And on top of the staff, they had engraved a lion's head. They had carved out a lion's head.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or sometimes they may carve out a bird.
Mm-hmm.
Images of the creation of God.
That's right.
That's a graven image.
That's right.
Yeah.
I said, that's a graven image. You had carved out the head of a lion into wood, on wood. You can't have that. That is abominable in the eyes of God. We should not have graven images. We should not have statues in our houses.
Lion head.
Right.
We shouldn't have none of these things in our houses, man.
Talk about it.
But we say, Israelite says that we can have it as long as I'm not worshiping it. Nowhere in the book you can show me where God said you can have it, just don't worship.
That's right.
He said, don't make it to yourself.
That's right.
He said, don't make it to yourself.
Right.
He said, you shall not have it or make it to yourself.
Right.
Okay? We make it and we also buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can go to the store and buy it.
That's right.
Okay? Now the other different idols. What is an idol? An idol is a false god. Right? An idol also is a likeness of something. A likeness of something, a form or appearance, visible without substance. Visible without substance means without life. So we have these statues. We have these. Okay, let's read. Let's read. He said, "Thou shalt." Right. Let's read verse 4. Exodus 20, verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness. The word for likeness in the Hebrew is what? Temunah. Ask any Hebrew scholar what temunah means. Temunah means pictures. Temunah means images. So because God said we shall not have a graven images, or we shall not make unto thee a graven image or any likeness or no temunahs, I don't have pictures in my house. And I don't allow pictures in my house. We cannot be so attached to the things that God despises.
That's right.
We can't be so attached to the things that God hates.
That's
Because
right.
in Numbers 31 or 32, verse 52 or 50 or verse 51, it states that God commanded the nation of Israel to destroy all pictures.
That's right. That's right.
In
Talk
Numbers
about it,
31.
man.
You want me to read it for you?
Talk about it.
I read it for you. I read it for you. All right? Because I don't want no one saying that I'm saying this off the side of my mouth. And that's nowhere in the book. So now I'm going to read it for you. There it
Talk
is.
about it. Talk
I'm
about
in
it.
Numbers 34. Is it 34? No, 33. Yes, 33. Numbers 33, verse 52. Is it 52? Yes. Numbers 33, verse 52. Then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures. So if God gonna tell you to destroy pictures, why is it okay for us to have it?
Okay.
I said, why is it okay for Israel to have pictures when God commanded Israel to destroy the pictures?
That's right. Talk about it, man.
And this is why I don't allow pictures in my house.
Facts.
I don't allow pictures in my house
Facts.
because God is against it.
Facts. Always facts.
So, I said, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above. So you should not have a graven image or a picture of nothing that's in the heaven above, which is sun, moon, stars, clouds, none of that stuff. All that is in the earth beneath. What is on the earth beneath? Animals, cats, dogs, man, woman, creeping things, nothing that lives on earth that God created. I can have an image of a flower.
Yeah.
I can have an image of a tree.
That's right.
We cannot have images of the things that God, look. All right, people will say, oh, why do you say we can have images of flower and trees? God said, God created that. Okay, hold that right there. Let me show you and prove to you what I'm talking about. Now we're going to go to Deuteronomy 4. All right? We're going to go to Deuteronomy 4, verse, and I'm going to hit the spot because I don't want to be jumping all over the place and take you from the train of thought. I want to keep this road going.
Right.
All right? So I'm going to go to Deuteronomy 4, verse 16. Okay? Lest ye corrupt yourself. Which means what? The thing that we are about to read, God is telling us to stay away from it. Because if we don't stay away from it, we're going to corrupt ourselves. We're going to corrupt ourselves. He said, lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image. The similitude. I don't got to go on the Hebrew for that. You know what a similitude is. A similitude is a likeness. Okay? The similitude. Which means what? Temuna, or image of any figure. A temuna kal samel. Right? An image or a picture of a samel. Samel is an emblem. Samel is an emblem. There goes your 6-point star.
Okay.
There's nowhere in the book states that David had a 6-point star. There's nowhere in the book states that King David had a 6-point star. But Israel said, and because people want to follow people and not study, we incorporate this 6-point star into our lives. But the 6-point star and the 5-point star are two demonic symbols, which was used in witchcraft. The 6-point star, two hexagrams uniting and flip on top of each other. The people say it's the seal of Solomon. People say it's called the Star of David, but you can't show me in the book.
That's right.
Okay.
See, we need to use the book to substantiate what you're saying. What you're saying and what you're thinking. We need to use the book to substantiate that. But a lot of people don't agree with it because you have brothers that see in the Sehadrins, and in this book, and in this book. God didn't give you none of those books.
Right.
I said those books was written by men.
That's right.
All right? This book is the only book that God has preserved for us. And he gave to us. Why? So we can save ourselves from ourselves.
Right.
You got to save you from you. Because we had two parts in us. We have good in us. We have evil in us.
That's right.
Have you realized that? I said, do people realize that?
No.
Huh?
No, sir.
I said, do we realize that we have two good and evil in us? I know I do. I realize that. And I need God's help.
That's right.
I need the help of God. So I can save myself from myself.
Yeah.
You know why? Because don't think that my mind don't drift off.
Yeah.
It drifts sometimes, man. And you got to pull yourself back. You got to be strong and pull yourself back and pull yourself back. Then when you get into certain things and then you jump out, you're like, man, what am I doing?
Yeah.
This is not godly. This is not righteousness.
Yeah.
This is not my mentality.
Yeah.
This is not how I want to live my life. And then you got people that point the finger and call you evil. No, I recognize the evil in me. But you don't recognize the evil in you. I recognize that I need help. I recognize I need help. And this help only could come from God. You can't help me. The help comes from God, man. But in order to get this help, you got to recognize these things, recognize these faults within yourself and desire to change. You got to have the desire and the will to change and do these laws, man. He said, lest you corrupt yourself and make you a graven image. the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male and female, the likeness of any beast on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl, the likeness of any creeping thing, the likeness of any fish in the waters, unless you lift up thine eyes unto heaven. And when thou seest the sun, moon, and stars, and all the hosts of heaven, shouldst be driven to worship them. Brothers read that, and like they don't have no comprehension skills. He said, you see, you can have it, but just don't worship.
Yeah.
What's wrong with us, man? What's wrong with us, man? Why we like to add on, take away? Why we want to add on your own thoughts and your own terminology? Do you know why? You know why Jews only listen to the rabbi? You know why? To keep the people in check and in line. We need that system here today.
In one way. Nobody
To keep the people living one way.
That's right.
So this one don't have his own opinion. This one don't have his own opinion.
That's right.
That one don't have his own opinion. Everybody got their own opinion. Now that's why we have separation.
That's right.
We have camp here, camp there, camp there, camp here, camp over here, camp there. And every one of these camps got a different way of serving God.
That's right.
When we only got one book.
Right.
That's right.
It's a damn shame, man. It's a shame. Walking by a barbershop, seeing brothers in the barber chair,
Yeah.
getting a Caesar.
Yeah.
Shade.
And you're training your 6-7-year-old son to get Caesars.
That's
Why?
right.
Because the wife you got is lazy and she don't want to put time in and pray to get here.
That's right.
My mother had 6 boys and 3 girls.
Yes, sir.
And every Sunday,
Everybody
she
did
washed
good.
our hair,
That's right.
greased it, and braided it.
And be done by 8
That's a
o'clock.
mother, man.
And be done by 8 o'clock.
See, a mother don't look for the easy way out.
So we can go to bed.
See, that's a mother don't look for the easy way out.
That's right.
You're not a mother. A mother, or to be a mother, or a father, or to be a father, it takes time.
Yeah.
Time and sacrifice. Who you
Yeah.
sacrifice? Yourself. You sacrifice yourself for those kids. And that's why God said, man, honor your parents, man. That's why God said, honor your parents. Honor and respect your parents. Glorify your parents. God never gave us a command and said that the father shall honor and glorify the child. No matter what the parent does, you make sure you stay in line and you don't jump out of line with your parents. You know why? Because you will be written in the book as evil and wicked.
That's right.
The father jumped out of line. You think the father getting written down in the book and said evil?
No.
Because he did the evil to his son?
No. No.
Tell me where you read such things.
That's right.
The things that you voice out of your mouth, I never read it. When you violate your parents, your name shall be written in the earth.
Yeah. Sure will.
Yeah. So your job is okay. How did the 6-pointed star become a symbol of witchcraft? And you was taught that it was the Star of David. Okay. The first thing I want to explain to you and show you is, can you show me anywhere from Genesis to Malachi? Can you show me anywhere in the Apocrypha where King David had a 6-pointed star?
Yeah, talk about it.
Okay, so now hold your horses.
Oh, my God.
All right, hold your horses.
Take time. Take your time, brother.
So I'm going to show you where this symbol where this demonic symbol came from that God said that God never had no business with. Okay? So now, okay. See, people don't like to study, and we want to go into the I forgot the word, seandries and this. Listen, man, people don't study, man. Nowhere in the book states that King David had a 6-pointed star.
That's right.
So now I'm gonna go into the origin of the pentagram and the origin of the 6-pointed stars. I don't allow the 6-point star in my house, and I don't allow the 5-point stars in my house, because my father, before he turned away from wickedness and stopped living that life, he was a witch. Yeah, my father dealt with witchcraft.
On both sides.
Okay? And you know what was used in witchcraft that my father used? Those two symbols.
That's right.
The 6-point star and the 5-point star. The 6-point star within the circle, one is to bring the evil spirit. The 5-point star within the circle, one was to cast them and send them back. Because if you don't send them back, the evil spirit that you brought gonna kill you. You got to know how to send it back. And those two symbols was used in witchcraft. Okay? Now, the pentagram in witchcraft symbolizes today black and white magic. The pentagram with 1 point up symbolizes white. The pentagram with two points up representing black magic or Satanism. Notice that they also flip the 5-point star with the 2 points up is their Bath, the head of the goat head, the idol, that deity, the devil's head. Okay? But people walk around with 5-point stars on their clothes. People buy Converses with 5-point stars on their Converses and walking around and bringing it in the house, not knowing that you're bringing a demonic symbol in your house, and you expect to gain the strength of God. You think you're gonna get the strength of God incorporating these things and bringing these things in your house?
You ain't gonna never get it.
Huh?
Talk about
Okay,
it. Talk
now.
about it, Tommy.
So we're gonna go into it now. Listen, they used to make cakes to use in their communion. What's they call that? Communion? In Christian? Something communion. Communion.
Communion, no?
First communion?
First communion.
In church, there's a thing called First Communion. They used to make cakes. They are made into the shape of a crescent, of the shape of a crescent, which is the symbol of the moon goddess. So if you're Israel, eat anything. Don't forget. I said Israel eat anything. Hot, right? So when you go to the stores and you see the croissants in the shape of a moon, don't eat it. We don't eat croissants. Why? Because the origin of croissants was formed in the shape of a moon, representing the moon goddess. Right? These cakes are made of salt, honey. These cakes was made with, yes, it's the croissants. The origin of croissants was made in symbolism to worshiping the moon goddess. But there wasn't called croissants. It's called crescent. It's called crescent. Later on, after the years went by, they changed it up and said croissant. Okay? All right? Now, these cakes are made of salt, honey, wine, and meal oil, and in some cases, blood. They are eaten in honor of the Egyptian god Horus, otherwise known as JC. In ancient witchcraft, the cakes were round with a cross drawn on them that represents the first letter of the name of the ancient dead and risen pagan messiah called Tammuz, which in other words is, he said, who was a Babylonian god who the Israelites was worshiping during the 70-year captivity. So now we have been captives to what? What 70-year captivity? Babylon. And when we went into Babylon, guess what happened? We took on the ways and the customs of Babylon. We took on the ways and the customs of these people. We took on their lifestyle, their traditions, their customs, their practices. We became Babylonians. Majority or most of the people, most of the nation turned towards idolatry. Okay? Tammuz, who was incarnation of the sun god and the son of the moon goddess, the queen of heaven. Even the Israelites, when they turned from the worship of the Creator, made these same cakes that honored the pagan god, the queen of heaven, and her godchild, Tammuz. Godchild. Godfather.
Yeah.
If you have a godfather, if you have a godchild, you're a Christian.
That's right.
We didn't have godfather and godmothers and godson and goddaughters. We didn't have that. Huh? Those are Christian terminologies. Those are Christian ways.
Right.
Those are Christian customs.
Right.
But we have a hard time analyzing and recognizing that because we have a heathenistic mentality.
That's right.
We need to read this book so that we can acquire the ways of God.
That's right.
So that we can acquire the mind state of God. So that we can acquire the way God thinks.
Yeah.
So that we can think like God. Because
Yeah.
God said what?
Yeah.
Thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
Yeah.
Holy means what? Set apart. How do you set yourself apart? By following after his laws, commandments, and statutes, because that's the only way you will separate yourself.
Yeah.
I said, that's the only way you would separate yourself.
Yeah.
Huh?
Talk about it.
I said, that's the only way you will separate yourself.
Talk
It said,
about it.
today, the Roman Catholic Church dedicates the same case to the Virgin Mary. They call her a virgin.
Mhm.
How? How was this woman a virgin?
Okay.
They said the spirit got her pregnant. I don't know where that came from
Right.
or how that could ever be. But that's called immaculate conception.
Okay.
Do you know the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin Mary, was the same as Semiramis?
Okay.
Because Nimrod died, and they said he resurrected to the sun.
Uh-oh.
Nimrod cohabitated with his mother, got his mother pregnant through what? Sun rays, through the sunbeams. That's the Immaculate Conception. That's the story that's given all throughout the earth. Okay? Whom they ironically call the Queen of Heaven. We're going to get there, sister. We're going to get there. I just want to give you the whole rundown.
Take time.
The whole rundown.
Take time.
All right? These cakes are called by the Roman Catholic Church hot cross buns.
Hot sauce bun.
Israelites worshipped and dedicated these cakes to Ashtoreth. Gotta stop saying the name. All ancient heathen worship of the sun god had within its philosophies phallicism. Phallicism is the veneration and worship of male and female sex organs. So stay out the strip. Stay out the sex stores. Buying rubber female organs and rubber male organs to please yourselves.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, I gotta say it like that. I'm not getting too that graphic about it. But don't believe and don't you ever think that you don't have men and women in Israel with phalluses.
That's right.
Male and female organs that are rubbers.
That's right. Don't forget the hands, brother.
Phallicism is the veneration and worship of male and female sex organs. All right? The male and female sex organs are symbolized in witchcraft as a point within the circle. These are all symbols that we need to stay away from. The point, you have a point in a circle. Okay? And also as tools. There it goes, sister. I hope the sister is listening. I hope you ain't turned off. I hope you listening. Don't turn nowhere. Don't run now. I hope you listen. Put
one in the chat if you're there. Let me know you're there, sister.
Put a one in
I'm
the chat.
Let me hear you. Come on. I'm about to get into it now. Okay? It said witchcraft as a point within the circle and also as two triangles uniting to make a hexagram better known as the Star of David. Okay, good. The truth is, King David of Israel never carried this emblem. That is now the symbol of Israel. This emblem was adopted from witchcraft by some Jewish priests who had explored deep into Babylonian religion. That's where the 6-point star came from.
Uh-oh.
From Babylon.
Uh-oh.
It was never our culture. You're never going to find it in the book. Never.
Right.
Babylonian religion during their captivity in Babylon. The Mexican Indians centuries ago had the hexagram. It's called the hexagram as the symbol of their phallic worship. So when you wear the 6-point star, is what? As the symbol of their it represents phallus worship of the cosmic gods. You know what cosmic gods is? The gods of the heavens and the earth. The gods they call these sun gods and moon goddesses and stars and all these, okay, cosmic gods. Check it out. The hexagram is one of the most evil signs in witchcraft. It is commonly worn today by both deceived Israelites, by both deceived Jews, and some Christians. The circle with a point in the center is another phallic symbol representing the universe and the sun god. Okay? The cross was a symbol of the sun worshippers centuries before JC was invented of or thought of. Okay? Now that was, I want to go to the Trinity. That's the, now I'm going into pyramid. Okay, wait, let me skip this. Okay. The Egyptian pyramids to the sun are solid figures on a triangular square.
Uh-oh.
The male and female elements of the sun god were symbolized as two pyramids or triangles, two triangles. The heathens combined the two forms, which is called the hexagram.
Uh-oh.
It is used in magic to control demons and cast spells to charm or injure a person. This is called the Seal of Solomon among Masons. Phallus worship started when Osiris was cut into 14 different pieces. His wife found every part of him but his genitals, so therefore she made a dildo in honor of Osiris Phallus. In it became part of the worship of the sun god. Okay? Okay, I hope I made it clear to you, or you was able to understand. If not, I can go a little deeper, but I don't want to get thrown off of the lesson that I have. I have some more information, but we can link up, and I'll give you some more information on that. I'm in Exodus chapter 20. I'm in Exodus 20, verse, Yes, verse 4. I'm in verse 5. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. Okay? Now, to bow down. The word bow down means what? In Hebrew, it's tish takaweh.
Uh-huh.
Tish takaweh means to bow down, to prostrate, to worship. Okay? What does prostrate mean? Prostrate means to fall face flat down on the ground. And you prostrate yourself. Okay? To worship means what? Admiration and adoration. So what's what now? Admiration is a part of worship. You don't admire nobody else, but you can admire God.
That's right.
I admire God and God only.
That's right.
Because admiration is a form of worshiping.
That's right.
Okay?
Admiration is a form of worshiping.
That's
So
right.
nobody gets that admiration.
That's
Admiration goes to God. You admire God and God only.
That's right.
Okay? Said, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. To serve. The Hebrew word to serve is abad, means to comply to the commands and the demands of. Huh? So it's easy to become a servant of God. It's not hard to be the servant of God. All I got to do is comply to what God says.
That's right.
And you are a servant of God.
That's right.
You can boast and say, I serve God because I comply to his laws. I comply to what God demands of me. Huh? He said, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, I'm a jealous God. What? You know why God was so jealous of Israel? You know why a man is jealous of his wife or of his woman? Because he had something called love.
That's right.
He loves her. You will only be jealous of a woman if you love her.
That's right.
If I'm not jealous and I'm able to see you intertwined with another man, then you ain't never loved her.
That's right.
That's why when Israel went off from God and started worshiping idols and deities, God got jealous. And when God got jealous, his wrath broke out. His wrath broke out. You know, realize something. When a man gets jealous, it's dangerous. Because he ends up killing his own self.
Yeah, rage.
He gets in that rage. And that was imagine a man's rage. It's nowhere near compared to the rage of God. So now when God saw and realized that the nation of Israel turned their back on him and gave his praises to deities and idols, look what God did to us. Because he was jealous and we made him jealous. We made God jealous, man. I said we made God jealous. You know what jealous means? Intolerant of unfaithfulness. I will not tolerate your unfaithfulness.
Right.
Huh? I will not tolerate you being unfaithful. That's something. And guess what? Even though Israel was unfaithful, God still took us back. I know some men that their wife went off, slept with another man, and the poor man still took her back. Why? Because the love. I noticed things with some men that their love is more harder than women. They love hard. I'm telling you, they love hard. You know what love hard means? That's the love of God. God still, even though God loved the nation of Israel, and y'all did what y'all did, I still didn't let y'all go. I love you, man. And I went into covenant with your fathers. I went into an agreement with your fathers, man. And we serve a God that's not going to go against his word. He ain't going to go against his word. So I'm going to put you through it, Israel. I'm going to punish you. I'm going to put you through this. I'm going to put you through that. I'm going to put you through the other, hoping that you recognize your fault. Hoping that you will change. Hoping that you will recognize the things that you have done that caused God to move this way. He said, visiting the iniquities. Visiting the iniquities of whom? Of the fathers. Now, hold that right there. See, the Most High demands from those whom he loved and redeemed out of Egypt. Okay? Yes. God has delivered us out of Egypt. And he loved us. So therefore, there are certain things that God has expected from Israel. See, what God expected from this nation, he didn't expect from every nation. Mm-hmm. He didn't expect from the Canaanites and all these 7 nations. He only expected this from the nation of Israel.
Okay? The Most High demands from those whom he loved and redeemed out of Egypt honor and absolute loyalty, and will vindicate his claim by stern actions. You know what that is? When God vindicates his claim by stern actions means what? When you violate and you go against my law, stern actions is the punishment.
Right.
I'm going to come at you. I'm going to come at you. And I hope you recognize what you did wrong, son. And I hope you recognize what you did wrong, son. Huh? He said stern actions against them if they betray God. By going against his laws, it shows unfaithfulness.
Right.
That's another form of unfaithfulness. So when a husband set the rules, which is God's rules, I said when the husband set the rules, which is God's rules, there's no other rules I set in my house. The only rules I set in the house is the laws and the commandments of God.
Right.
So when you go against those rules, that also shows that you, Isha, you wife, was unfaithful to me.
Right.
You was unfaithful to me. You don't have to sleep with another man to be unfaithful to me. You don't have to have sex with another man to be unfaithful to me.
Say it again, brother.
All you got to do is go against God.
Yeah.
All you got to do is go against the rules that was established by God, and you're unfaithful to me, man.
Yeah.
That's unfaithfulness.
Yeah, talk about
And nobody can say I put other rules down besides God's
it.
rules.
Yeah, talk about it, man.
Because I'm not a person that rules in tyranny.
That's right.
I'm not a person that no, man.
Yeah.
We should not be people or men that rules in tyranny. We gotta be loving too. ain't that how Elkanah did with his wife? Elkanah looked at his wife. I said, Elkanah looked at his wife and he realized and recognized that something was wrong with her. Now, I don't want to be the only one recognizing that something is wrong with you, but you ain't recognizing something is wrong with me. This has to go both ways. And you know what he told his wife? He said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? That's what he told his wife. He said, don't sit there stressing yourself, because she was desired to have a child from her husband. That's what she wanted, a child for her husband. Man looked at his woman and said, man, I love this woman, man. I said, man, I want you to be the mother of my kids. I want you to be the mother of my kids, woman. The woman come around, look at you, and reject your offer. And I don't want no more kids. You don't love me then. You don't love me. You should want to have a child from the man that you're so deeply in love with. Huh? Let's go back. Verse Okay, verse 5. Visiting the iniquities. Visiting the iniquities. The word in the Hebrew for visit is paquad, pay kuf dalet. Paquad means to remember. He said, I will remember your iniquities. I will command your iniquities. Visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. So God said, I will visit. I will remember. I will command your father's sins to be visited upon your son. Ain't that how God deals? Ain't that how God dealt with the manner of King David and the manner with Uriah the Hittite? What King David did was visited upon and was stirred up in his own house. This is why Amnon desired his sister. This is why Absalom tried to kill his father and chased them all over Jerusalem.
This is why Adonijah tried to usurp and take over, wanted to be king.
They didn't do that of their own will.
Because God, they did that because God visited what King David did upon his own kid, upon his sons. But the highlight to all that, because King David was a man of God, the Most High sent Nathan the prophet and told him, he said, thou shalt not die. Nathan the prophet told King David, thou shalt not die. For that matter. For what matter? What he did to Uriah the Hittite. So that wasn't no metaphor. What do you mean by thou shalt not die and King David's dead? That's something to think about. I said, that is something to think about. How do you show hatred for God?
Go against.
You show hatred for God when you go against. Huh? I said you show hatred for God when you go against. Okay? Now, people say, oh, I love God. You don't love God. You don't love God. Because to love God is to follow after his commandments. To love God is not to eat blood and fat. To love God is to observe the Sabbath day. Do we know how to observe the Sabbath day? Do we know the do's and the don'ts of what we shouldn't be doing on the Sabbath day? Or what we should be doing on the Sabbath day? We don't. We really don't. And if I tell you, you're gonna shun at it.
Yeah.
If I tell you to reveal these things to you, you're gonna get angry. And say, oh, that's not violation. You're gonna buck it.
Right.
That ain't no violation. You know why you're gonna mimic and say that's not the right? You know why you say there's no violation? Because God don't want you to acknowledge it and see it.
That's right.
He don't want you to perceive it.
Block party.
Why? Because why God is not allowing you to perceive it? Because you're doing something in your life that's causing you to depart away.
Block party.
You're doing something in your life that's causing you to depart away from God. So therefore, certain things that's beneficial for your life, that's going to get you better with God, you're not going to see it. There's levels in wickedness. There's levels in righteousness. There's levels in these things, man. He said, and showing mercy. And showing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. So God will show mercy only to those that love God and keep his commandments. What is love? Love is what? Affection based on what? Love is affection based on what? Admiration, benevolence, and common interests. Now, admiration, the definition of admiration is what? Admiring, esteem, admiring esteem. Feelings of delighted or astonished approbation. Okay, now what is approbation? Approbation is an act of approving formally or officially. An act of approving formally or officially. What does benevolence mean? Benevolence means what? Tendency, right? Disposition to do good, right? Inclination to do good, okay? Common interest, which means we have the same interests, okay? There's no way that you can love God if your interest is not God's interest. I have to be in my interest. God's interest has to be my interest. I said God's interest has to be my interest. So whatever God is interested in,
you have to be interested in. Now you can say that you love God. Now you can say that you love the Creator because you are interested in what God's interest, what God is interested in, you are interested in. See, this book will teach you and show you what love is. Because love is not spoken. I said love is not spoken. Love is shown. You show your love.
Talk about it.
I said you show your love. You show your love for God. You show your love for your children. You show your love for your wife. Hope that they detect it and recognize that this person is emanating and showing love. Because not everybody accepts it. Not everybody is able to pinpoint it and detect when a person is really showing love. So now we take one instance. I said we take one instance that happened in life and we forget about the good. I said we forget about the good that transpired before this one instance. Now you categorize this person off of one instance. But my whole life I've been showing you good. My whole life I've been doing you good. Come on, man. He said, thou shalt not take the, he said, show mercy on 1,000 of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. How do you take God's name in vain? We take God's name in vain because we take on the name of God, but yet when we take on the name of God, we sin. So anytime we sin or break a commandment in this book, we take God's name in vain.
That's right.
Because we took on the name of God. We took his name in vain. Okay? Now, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. The Sabbath day comes every seventh day. Okay? The Sabbath, the word in the Hebrew, it means Shabbaton. Shabbaton, which is the Shabbat, it means, Shabbaton means general strike. General strike. Now, we have to travel to get to the Shabbat. Now, once you get to the place of worship or where you're going to be worshiping God, you don't spend the whole day traveling all over the place.
Fact. Killing time.
Killing time.
Yeah.
You go to one camp, you stay there for a while. You get up from there, you go to another camp. You stay there for a while. Then you go from there, you go to another camp. You stay there. That's not observing Shabbat.
Yeah, talk about it, man.
I said, that's not observing Shabbat.
Yeah, talk about
Because we shouldn't be traveling anyway. But we travel to get to the place of worship. Okay? We travel to get to the place of worship. When you get there, stay there. Stay there. When we go to teachings, all day was Shabbat.
That's right.
We didn't come there and congregate in the morning, and then the second half, nobody's there. We had two halves, a morning half, first half, and the second half.
That's right.
Now today, people observe, come to teachings, first half, the second half, you don't see them there. They're going home to sleep and rest. For what? You had 6 days to sleep.
That's right. Talk about it, man.
You had 6 days to be home. Today is God's day.
That's right.
Today belongs to God.
That's right.
So why not enjoy the day by being around people that observe the day together? Why not, man? Why do we rush home for what?
Facts.
We shouldn't be coming to teachers tired.
Facts.
We can't watch TV. We can't play music. We can't smoke cigarettes. There's no we can't drink.
Yeah.
So if you're tired, what was you doing Friday night? What was you doing? Maybe you were sick. I hope you were sick and you couldn't sleep. Okay, that's understandable.
That's understandable.
Talk about
But
it.
you know what? This thing is called sacrifice.
That's right. Yeah.
We don't want to sacrifice for God.
Yeah.
We want to put our own emotions and our own feelings above God.
That's right, man.
Look, man, there's no reason for me to miss teachings.
That's right.
There's no reason for me to miss this. For me to miss this, I gotta be dead or in jail or hospitalized.
That's right, man.
Huh? I gotta be dead, in jail, or hospitalized.
That's right, man.
You're not gonna see me. Oh, where's Chief Shama at? Oh, he's home. No, not Chief Shama. Not
Talk
me.
about it.
I'm in teachings, observing the day. I'm not gonna be home viewing,
Talk about
sitting home in my house talking about I'm observing Shabbat viewing, because God didn't say to view.
That's right.
God said to have a holy convocation.
That's
Leave
right.
the viewing for people that can't get to a convocation.
That's right.
Let me say this clearly. Leave the viewing for people that cannot get to a convocation. I'm not down in the viewing. I'm not down in the viewing.
No. Break it down. Break it down, brother.
Leave the viewing for people that cannot congregate.
That's right.
But if you can get to a convocation, by all means, get there. If I live in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm near a congregation, I'm not going to move to Arizona where there's no congregation.
That's right.
I ain't going to do that.
Talk about it.
Because the first thing I do before I move to Arizona, I'm going to scout the area to find a Hebrew congregation. And if there's no Hebrew congregation, Shama ain't going to live in Arizona
Yeah.
because I need to congregate. I don't want to be looked at as a backsliding heifer. That's what God going to call me. That's what God going to call me.
Yeah.
God gonna call me a backsliding heifer. You know why? Because what I've been doing all my life, I done backed up and I stopped doing. I said, I done backed up and I stopped doing. And then I say, oh, the reason why I'm not doing it because there's no where you lived before, there was a place to congregate at. Huh? There was a place to congregate at. Come on, man. We gotta congregate and do this thing correct. The way God said to do it.
Yeah.
We can't set up our own standards. The standards is already set. God set the standards. It's up to you to follow it, Israel. So if we call ourselves Israel, then we need to begin to start living according to what we read. If we're Israel, if you're American, you're going to observe Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yeah.
You're going to be an American. You're going to be on 4th of July.
Yeah.
When the eclipse comes, you're going to be outside looking at the eclipse, admiring the things that God said not to admire. So if you Israel, then we need to act and do accordingly and act accordingly. He said, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. How can we remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy? I'm not going to go into the chapters, but I'm going to tell you the chapters. Isaiah 58, verse 13. The book says, it says to not speak of matters. You shouldn't be speaking of matters. What do I mean by speaking of matters? We shouldn't be speaking of things that have nothing to do with God and his laws and his commandments on this day. We should not come up here, these so-called leaders. This spot is not a spot for everybody. I said this spot is not a spot for everybody, man.
Yeah.
You gotta be proved, not just anybody come up here and want to talk about expounding on the word of God. No, sit down. It's not your place.
Yeah.
This is why everybody Yeah.
think they teachers
Yeah.
in their heads.
Yeah.
And then they want to start teachings. No, go sit down, man. You don't
Sit
belong
down.
up there.
Yeah.
People want to put 12-year-olds and 16-year-olds up on the people, and they ain't proved themselves.
Yeah.
This ain't no spot for no kid, man.
Mhm.
You don't play with God, man.
That's right. Talk
Stop
about it.
playing with God.
Mhm.
Putting children to do things that they have no business doing. Because they ain't no Samuel. They don't got the mentality of that child.
Talk about it, drama.
Samuel could do that.
This ain't no church.
I said Samuel could do that.
Yeah.
So far, I ain't seen no Samuels. You ain't gonna never see me put my 12-year-old son up here. Never.
Yeah.
He's in training. And he ain't ready yet. Anybody come up here and start talking? No, listen, man.
Yeah, talk
That's why,
about it.
listen, man. That's why you end up putting people up here and they end up saying the wrong thing. Then you gotta hurry the person back down. You gotta hurry up and bring them down. Next thing the person starts talking about JC, the son.
Yeah.
What? It's not a spot for people, man. It's not a spot for children.
Yeah, talk about it.
It's
man.
not a spot, man. He said, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, which means Isaiah 58, verse 13, we should not be speaking of matters. Exodus 16 speaks about preparing. When they made the manna, God commanded Moses on the 6th day to gather double omer of the manna and to prepare. The word for prepare is hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare or to arrange, which means whatever needs to be prepared before Shabbat. Whatever needs to be arranged needs to be arranged before Shabbat. What I mean? What I mean by that? You see these chairs here? These chairs were not arranged on Shabbat morning.
Facts. Teach.
I said these chairs that y'all sitting in was not arranged on Shabbat morning.
That's right.
These chairs was arranged from Friday before the Sabbath came in.
That's right. Yeah.
Huh? And if you want to eat at a table, the table should be out already from before the Shabbat come in.
Yeah.
We should not be moving tables, moving chairs, grabbing tables, opening it up, setting up tables. That is profanation of God's day.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
All Israel like to go to Unity Shabbat.
Yeah. Break it down. Pull the covers off.
That God's forsaken, not Shabbat, that unity foolishness.
Yeah. Pull the covers off.
Where brothers
Pull the covers off.
say a time, but today we're gonna have a unity Shabbat.
Yeah.
And people from all over travel and come to this designated area. And guess what? Brothers is bringing speakers. You got people brothers is setting up speakers on Shabbat. Carloads of people coming with plates and pans of food.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Y'all gonna tell me this is godly? That's godliness?
No,
That's righteousness?
no.
No, man. No. We are profaning God's holy day. We are profaning the day of God that God
Right.
prescribed to be holy.
That's right.
No, you can't sweep. I'm not going to see me with no broom sweeping.
That's right.
I had to stop a brother from taking out a garbage. Brother went there. That's housework.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
Yeah.
It never specified what kind of work. It said no work, no man or work shall be done. When you look it up in the Hebrew, the word for work is melaka. Melaka, meleket aboda. Melaka is work. Abad. The word aboda or abad means to serve. So I'm not going to allow you to serve me no lemonade. You can't serve me. I don't even let my son serve me. You can't serve me. Why you think the servants, the maid servants, and the maid servants, they didn't serve their masters? Oh, because you're gonna get paid for it. No. Sometimes these servants was served them for life. That was their permanent servant. There was no payment. The servants only get paid when they are released. The 7-year release, God said to release the servant, and now I gotta pay him liberally and everything that I got because he's going on his own. Can't serve, man. Can't serve. Don't come to me with no water, serving me no water, because that's work. You don't violate it.
That's right.
You don't violate the Sabbath day. But brothers don't go into the law. We want to teach fantasies.
Yeah.
We want to teach lies.
Yeah.
We want to teach male chauvinistics. Male chauvinists. And down, man, listen, man, go ahead with this, man. Let's teach the laws of God and get better with God.
That's right.
Let's perform the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
Let's do this. He says, 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, in it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservants, nor thy maidservants, nor the cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. Now, whoever comes to my house is binded by the laws and the commandments
That's right.
of God.
That's right.
You cannot live in my house and not follow after the laws and the commandments of God. And sometimes, wife, you gotta talk up.
Yeah.
You gotta talk up, wife.
Right.
Don't make me look like the villain, like I'm forcing you to do this. Speak up and tell your mother how you live. Speak up and tell your sisters and your brothers and your family and your relatives and show them that your husband, that your man ain't forcing you to do this. This is the life I chose.
Right.
I want to live this.
Yeah.
So it's either you accept me this way or not.
That's right.
It's either you accept me this way or not. But that's only gonna come from a mouth of a person that got that has fully 100% accepted God.
That's right.
That has fully accepted God. And guess what? I know. I said, I know where you're coming from and the life that you're coming from. And this just don't happen overnight. Let's get that through your head, brothers.
Right.
This don't come overnight, but it takes work on yourself.
That's right.
And in time, you can say, man, before I wasn't like this, but now I can say this. I ain't never walking this way again.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna never do this again.
Yeah.
Huh? That comes in time.
That's right.
That comes in time, man. Only in time of you putting in work for God. In time. In time, man. So nobody can come in my house and do things according to their own will.
That's right.
Everybody is subjugated to these laws.
That's right.
Everybody is subjugated to these laws, commandments, and statutes, man. Everybody,
That's
man.
right. That's right.
Cattle. Now, the cattle can't even work. So if the cattle can't work, do you think they was racing the horses? You think they was traveling on those horses? On the mules? No. Once Shabbat came, they wasn't on those mules and horses, riding horses. Why? Because the commandment said even your animals got to rest. That's why I could say that they didn't travel on Shabbat.
Right.
That's why I could say that they didn't travel on Shabbat. And that's why I'm very skeptic on traveling on Shabbat.
That's right.
So the camp I go to is walking distance.
That's right.
And the place that I decide to move to, I have to be around and live close to a camp to where I am able to walk. Because I ain't never traveling. I'm never gonna do that. Oh well, brother, I don't think you're violated. Well, you could, and you could be not. I want to stay in a safe place.
That's right. Gun ho.
I want to be safe.
What in
Go
doubt?
no.
What in
Go
doubt?
I am in doubt. Well, I'm not in doubt. Okay, you don't gotta be in doubt. I'm in doubt. I'm sticking to my guns and what my father taught me.
Do it up.
Huh? A lot of sons don't want to follow after they father.
Uh-oh.
Rockabites.
I said a lot of sons don't want to follow after the father.
Rockabites.
But those are the things that drew the attention of God towards the Rechabites.
Talk about it.
That's right.
Talk about it.
So if these things drew the attention of God to the Rechabites, you don't think it would draw the attention of God to you right now?
Yeah.
I gotta do something.
Something.
I gotta do something to draw God's attention to me.
Okay.
Because I'm a wicked and evil soul.
That's
Okay.
right.
So now I say, you know what? I know one way. I know how my father moved. I know how he walked. I know how he ate. I know
Fact.
everything he did.
Fact.
So now guess what? You
I was
start
around.
picking up his diet. All I eat is berries, bread, and cheese now. That's it.
Facts, man.
Why?
Facts, man.
Why? Because our forefathers, guess what? Guess what?
Greater who wants them.
Our forefathers had a specific diet. Baked macaroni is not in our diet.
No, it's not, man.
Lasagna.
Lasagna is not our diet.
No, it's not.
Now let's ask ourselves a question. Do we really think that Abraham would eat lasagna and baked macaroni?
Not at
You
all. Not at all.
laughing, right?
Not at all.
Huh?
Not at all.
You look at the penny sign right now.
You think Isaac would eat baked macaroni right now? Or maybe you should give Moses some baked macaroni. Yeah. We didn't have these diets. These are not the diets of a Hebrew. It's not how we're supposed to be eating, man. And guess what?
We talking down to ourselves.
And guess
So we
what?
got a pad inside right now.
Uh-huh. Guess what? Guess what? I need God's attention.
Mm-hmm.
I need to have God turn towards me. I need God to look towards me. So guess what? One way I can get the attention of God is following the footsteps of my pops.
Talk about it.
That's right.
Kane, talk about it.
Because my father did a whole complete 360 change. He changed completely.
That's a fact.
Completely.
That's a fact.
I told you he was a warlock
That's a fact.
at one point in time in his life where he did witchcraft.
Yeah, he was a deacon.
And then he was a deacon doing witchcraft.
That's a fact. In the church.
And he said the last stage
In the church.
of that witchcraft, he was going to be able to disappear.
That's a fact.
But he had to go in the
the
graveyard,
graveyard.
and sleep in blood and chicken blood
At
in
night.
a coffin at night.
Midnight.
When his mother stopped him. Come on, man. And he turned from that lifestyle
That's right.
and served God.
He said,
That's
that's
right.
right.
Now, what drew him to this lifestyle? What drew him towards this lifestyle? He was a witchcraft. And he saw a man named
Chief
Chief
Khan.
Cain.
Chief,
Right?
chief.
Chief Khan.
Now, do
Big
y'all
homie.
remember? And
Big
everybody should know this.
Big homie.
Chief Cain is a brother from Benai Zakim.
That's right.
He had a store,
That's right.
and the store had African
Masks.
masks.
That's
Talk
right.
about it.
Hold up.
Talk
That's
about it.
right.
I said the store had African masks. My father said the African mask drew it to him because those African masks was used in witchcraft. I said the African mask was used in witchcraft, where Israelites have those African masks today in their houses.
Talk about it.
Talking about that we can have it, but we ain't worshiping it. But those same things was used in witchcraft.
Talk about it.
So when he went to him, Chief Chaim said, looked at him. He said, no. He said, I don't live like that. Opened up the book and took him to the wars of King David. He said, I was stuck ever since.
Yep.
That was 1969,
Yep. 60,
Yeah.
yep.
69 or 68.
60.
Pops went up from then.
And from then, he said, I was stuck. I was stuck.
What
He
you
said,
want?
I never went back to witchcraft and divinations and all these things. So because now, after he left off from doing witchcraft, when he went home,
Talk about it.
he had spirits follow him.
Talk
And you
about
had to make sure he's in the house before 12.
Talk about it.
Because when he went in the house before 12, he had spirits that used to come and knock on the door and call his name. And
Talk
when he
about
go to the door, nobody's there.
Talk about it.
Nobody's there.
When they stop.
You know when they stopped? The only place that they didn't follow him in when he went to the camp. Bene Zakis, son of the ancients. On Sterling and Bone.
Blessed be his holy name. You ain't messing with that. Mess with that. Pull up.
Look, I'm gonna show you the power. I'm gonna show you the power. Look, I'm gonna show you the power of this name here. See that name? That's God's name,
That's right.
written in ancient
Love you,
Hebrew.
Shabo.
Written in ancient Hebrew. You know what his name is at? This name is sitting up here on the with the doorpost, right in the hallway.
When you walk in the house, that's the first thing.
Right?
you see.
When you walk in the house, that's the first thing you see. So a dude was possessed.
Yeah.
He was really, really possessed.
Yes,
And he
was.
came to my father to talk to him. His name is Asher.
Yeah.
He was an Israelite.
He ate from a female. That
He
did
ate
voodoo.
from a female that did voodoo and put voodoo on him,
Put voodoo on.
right? He came up here to talk to my father. When he came to the door and he walked in, took one step in, he looked up at the
Those
Ziklon
two Ziklon. Exactly.
and the name of God.
That's right.
And he backed up
Stop.
like somebody was attacking him. He said, backed up like that and went out the door. He
Yeah.
said, I can't come to your house.
Yeah.
Look up at the name of God, man. Those things, these Ziklons
Powerful.
and the name of God
Powerful.
hold power and it holds weight.
What about the preacher?
Hmm?
The preacher.
Come on, man.
Holds
Yeah.
weight, man. Powerful.
It was a preacher
Yeah.
that came to my father's
For
house
herbs.
for herbs. Yeah. He had a cross. My father said, "Ah, you can't come in the house with that cross. So you gotta sit right here at the door." So he sat.
Mm-hmm.
My father went in, got the herbs. When he came back, the preacher up out the chair with his eyes big.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not coming back to your house. He said, I don't want the herbs. He said, as I sat here, he said, a cold draft came across my leg.
Facts.
He looked down. He said, your house is holy. He said, I
I'm
don't
not
want it.
coming back.
He said, I'm not coming back.
But
He
you
left.
told me, oh, I thought you was holy, Mr. Preacher.
Yeah, clap on that.
Yeah, but you said,
Now you know how your house can be holy. You can make your house holy. Look, you see all these writings. These are holy writings written all over the wall. You have the Ziklon.
Yeah, big one's up.
You got the name of God on
Yeah.
top of the.
Yeah.
There's no pictures in here.
And no images in here.
There's no images in
Ain't
here.
no graven images.
There's no graven images in
Talk
here.
about it.
There's no statues in here.
Talk about
There's
it.
nothing in here that God can detest and turn away from.
Talk about
There's
it.
no 6-point star in here. There's no 5-point stars in here.
Talk about it, yeah. Yeah.
Let's go back to Exodus 20. Exodus 20, verse 11. For in 6 days the Lord made the heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested on the seventh day. God don't rest.
Talk
The
about it.
word for rest
is not nadak,
Cease.
means to cease
Stop.
or to stop from
That's right.
creating.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and he hallowed it. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and he hallowed it. He hallowed it, meaning he separated it. So there is a certain manner, there's a certain way that we need to deal with this day, because God has ordained this day to be holy and
Yeah.
sanctified.
Yeah.
All right? Honor thy father and thy mother,
Mhm.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Right.
I never read where God said to honor your children.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
I said, I never read
No.
where God said to honor your children. Well, my father got to give me respect too. No,
No.
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 The only way, you know why a father will acknowledge his son? Because of the righteousness that's in him.
That's right. That's
There
right.
was no command that
That's right.
states that a father should
No.
consider his son.
No.
Why I say it's righteousness that a father or a mother will consider the children,
Right.
because King Saul considered his son.
Right. Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. To consider.
But there's no command.
All of them consider
Okay.
their children.
Yeah. Throughout the whole book, they all consider their kids.
Yeah.
Not
They're
respect.
not respect.
Not respect.
Yeah.
Consider them.
Consider them.
That's right.
Consider them. You gotta respect
That's right.
your father.
Honor.
You
That's
gotta
right.
honor your father.
Fact.
You
That's
gotta
right.
glorify your father.
That's
And
right.
that's not what's being taught here today.
Oh, I'm gonna
Even amongst the ranks, I said, even amongst the ranks in Israel, you got kids that's going at their fathers and their parents.
Mhm.
God said to honor your parents. God said to honor your parents. Now, how do you honor your parents? Huh? To honor your parents means what? To live up to or fulfill the terms of. To live up to or fulfill the terms of. I did not raise you this way.
Yeah.
I didn't raise you to serve gods of wood and stone. I didn't raise you to turn away from God. And when the children don't live according to the way that their parents raised them, that's not honor. That's not
right.
Talk about it.
glorification.
Talk
That's
about it.
That's
right.
not honor towards the
about it.
parents.
That's right.
Those are the ones that
Okay.
get considered.
Okay?
That's right.
Yeah.
It said, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not murder.
Talk about it.
Thou shalt not murder. Huh? Sister said, consider animals. Yeah, we considered the animals too. Yeah, we considered the animals.
better.
Everything
That's
got
right.
considered.
That's
The
right.
poor lamb.
You don't see what happened?
Animal rights is righteous.
You don't see what happened to, was it Balaam?
Yeah.
Balaam
Yeah.
and the mule
Yeah.
and the ass?
Yeah. What's
So,
the first thing?
He's riding the ass and it's a narrow area.
Mm-hmm.
So the ass is moving. He can't turn left. He can't turn right. But the eyes of the ass was open. Balaam's eyes wasn't open. And the angel of God is in front of him with his sword drawn.
That's right.
So the ass don't want to pass him. He fears that angel. So he kept moving and bumping side to side, sitting down,
Crushed his leg.
crushed his legs. Balaam got off. He said, man, what's wrong
Start
with
hitting
you,
him.
man?
Start hitting him.
And he started hitting them. God opened the mouth of the ass.
Mhm.
Guess what?
Mhm.
That is the same instance with the serpent.
Mhm.
I said that is the
That's
same
right.
instance with
That's
the
right.
serpent.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Huh? I said that's the same
That's right.
instance
Talk
with
about
the
it.
serpent.
Talk about it.
So the ass looked at him. He said, haven't I served thee all my life?
Well,
He said, basically, you should be able to detect when something's
Something
going
is
on
happening.
because I never moved this way.
move like
I never did this to you.
Yeah.
God opened
Open
the
his
eyes of Balaam, and when
make
he
him
looked,
see the angel.
he seen the angel in front of him.
What's
You
the
know what
first,
the, you know what
first
the
thing
angel said?
say?
The donkey. Right, that's the name. The donkey. You know what the angel said? If he said, why you hit your
Struck him
ass?
3 times.
He said, you hit him. He said, you hit him 3 times, man.
Struck him.
He
He said, why you struck him? He said, if that donkey, if that ass would have came, he said, I would have spared you. I would have saved him and killed you, and you would have died.
Yeah.
So we don't be cruel to look. I was walking one time. Dudes is real evil to animals and birds. Bird couldn't fly. This evil sucker picked up the garbage can and slammed it on top of the bird, man. See, these are things that I fight for. Now I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna fight. I'm not gonna allow you to do that to the bird.
We did it before.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm fighting. We gonna get into it.
We did it before.
We did it before.
Yeah.
As we was kids.
Yeah.
We was walking. We was congregating by Principal on Lincoln and Ralph. By Chief Principal on Lincoln and Ralph. We walking. There was some kids named the Black Boys. There was a dog. They had dogs. The cat. They had the dog. They had the dog attacking the cat. Yo, I don't know where the spirit came from, but we wasn't even afraid of the dogs. We ran down, pushed the dogs, fought the dogs off, picked up the cat, took them to, walked them all the way to Lincoln,
Yeah, we got into people.
and we put them in the lot where the cat died. At that point in time, we wasn't up on the law like we was today. Because you see, I picked it up, bearing the burden. A burden is anything that's carried.
That's what made us get
So, verse 13. Thou shalt not murder. Murder is when you take a life that's not justifiable by the laws of God. I said murder is when you take a life that's not justifiable by the laws of God.
The reason better be for the Most High.
I ain't never murdered nobody. And and you know what murder is? Do we really know what murder
You
is?
die with that on
It's, man, to die with that on you. The blood that you don't took cries out to God. And the blood that you took innocently cries out to God, and it will continue to cry to God until your blood
No
gets
blood is
took.
gone.
Yeah.
Now, if someone is chasing you to take your life,
That's different.
if someone is chasing you to take your life, you have the God-given right to take his.
That's right. That's right.
You know why? The proof is in the pudding, right here in the book.
That's right.
Right.
This is how we live our life.
Or to take your brother life.
This is our mentality. This is the way we should be thinking.
Or to take your brother life.
Or your brother
You
life.
see with Moses.
Okay?
That's right.
And
See
that's
Moses?
why Moses did what he did. Moses
Yeah.
didn't murder. You know, you had people saying that Moses murdered.
Yeah.
Moses didn't murder.
Yeah.
He's striking his Hebrew brother.
That's right.
And he looked this way and that way and didn't see no Egyptians. Nobody's looking. So he killed the Egyptian and buried him in the sand. That's not murder. Like God is categorized and said that that's murder.
Talk about it.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. What is adultery? Adultery, meaning to adulterate. Adulterate, right? What does adulterate mean? Adulterate means to corrupt. Adulterate means to make impure by the addition of foreign or inferior substance. You got some strange juices that's going into you that your body is not accustomed to. You are accustomed to this man for 10, 15, 20 years. And now you have broken off from this man and you are allowing an inferior substance, some type of different juices to come into you. That's what corrupts you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Talk about it.
Now,
Talk about
adultery for a man is when you cohabitate or have sex with a married woman. In order for this to be adultery, the woman has to be married.
Okay.
Adultery for a woman is when she has sex with any man
Uh-huh.
besides her husband.
Uh-huh.
Now, when you look it up in the Hebrew, it says lo tin af.
Uh-huh.
Tin af means adultery. Tin af also means to fornicate.
Fornication.
So if she's not your wife, you shouldn't be having sex with her.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
If she's not your wife,
Talk
you
about
should
it.
not be in bed with her.
That's
right.
right. Talk about it, man.
Nah,
That's right. That's
Talk
right.
about
you
it,
shouldn't be
man.
in bed with her
Right.
because that's
Yeah.
not your wife. And
Yeah.
you ain't got the money to have 2 wives.
Yeah, talk
Okay.
about it, man.
You ain't got the money to have 3 wives.
Okay, that's right.
Because if you had 2 wives, you need 2 apartments.
That's right.
If you had 3
That's right.
wives, you
3
need 3
apartments. They
apartments.
had their own tent. That's right.
And you almost
That's right.
need about 3 jobs.
Yeah, they had their own tent.
3 wives,
That's right.
3 jobs, my Abba used to say.
Leah and Rachel had their own
Huh?
tent.
That's right.
3 wives, 3 jobs,
Facts.
my father used to say.
Facts.
That's right. Talk
You ain't
about
got the means to have 2 wives.
Facts.
Leave the woman alone.
Facts.
Most of us is laying up with the woman like they pimps,
Facts.
talking about their wives. No, go work
Facts.
and take care of the woman.
That's right.
Let the woman decide whether she wants to work or not.
it. That's how
Let her
it's
get the
Bum
benefits of being
of
a
being
wife.
a wife.
That's right.
Of
Bum.
being the wife.
That's
Bum.
Go lay up, take care of the kids,
This is bums,
cook
man.
cook the food,
That's right.
clean the house.
Bums.
Let the man go to work,
That's right.
pay the bills,
Yeah.
do what he have to do. Like I said, there are roles. There are husband roles, wife roles, even the children have roles.
That's right.
But the problem is, the man want to go in the woman's role.
Nobody
The
wants
woman
to
wants to go in the man role.
Nobody
Nobody
wants to
wants to sit and remain in their own role.
Talk
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about
Nobody.
Yeah. Yeah.
it. Talk about it.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Talk about it. Talk about it. Bums.
Look, I had a woman, and I told my woman, I said, you ain't got to pay nothing. You ain't got to pay no bills. You ain't got to pay nothing,
That's how it's supposed to be, bro.
right? You want to go to work, you go to work. You want to go to work, you go to work,
That's how it's supposed to be.
okay? So the only time I started splitting half 50-50, you know when I told her 50-50? When I started coming home from work and I ain't got nothing to eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dinner not made.
Facts. You ain't doing your job.
I gotta go cook something.
You ain't doing your job.
Right.
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 When I come home, the house is dirty.
Nah, I feel you.
I gotta clean up.
You ain't doing your job.
When I come home, I gotta do homework.
Help the kids. Yeah.
What's this? I'm being picked.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Kang,
I said I'm being picked.
Kang, you
Yes,
being
sir.
Kang,
No.
Kang about that.
Listen here.
You right about
We
that.
gonna have to split this in half now. The bills adds up to 800 and something and change, or
You
$1,000.
pay 5.
You come up with 5.
I'll
I'll come up with 5. So now I'm not expecting dinner to be made now. I can come home. I can come home and cook my own food now.
bro said, "Come on."
Yeah.
Oh,
Shoot. That's it.
Yo.
Shoot.
Yo, son.
Cockwell.
Verse 15, Exodus 20, verse 15. Thou shalt not steal. The word in the Hebrew for thou shalt not steal is lo tigno. Lo tigno means to steal, rob, or deceive. I said steal, rob, or deceive. Now, when you steal, you are coveting. Because before I stretch forth my hand and stole, I have to desire it. I have to want it. So I don't covet it. But the only way you'll know if I covered it, if I stretch forth my hand and took it. It don't belong to you.
Right.
So now these are things that we need to take heed with ourselves and be careful. Be careful with ourselves. Because, look, be careful, man.
Talk about
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house to bear false witness. You shall not answer as a witness according against thy neighbor. Which means what? You don't know what happened. I don't know what took place. I wasn't there when it happened. Why I got so much to say?
Talk about it.
I don't know what took place. Why do I have so much to say? And I wasn't there. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. See, to covet means, lotakmo means to covet, to lust, to desire, right? And we got to be careful of these things, because anytime judgment or a situation transpire or come about, we have to judge the matter or go according with these matters according to the law. The first question is, I'm going to ask, brother so-and-so, was you there?
Was you there?
Do you know what happened?
That's right.
So why are you feeling and giving so much information up to this one
And you wasn't
about
even
the
there.
information
Yeah.
about this?
Yeah.
Get out of here, man.
Sit down.
We serve God here. We don't move like that. We don't move like that.
Yeah.
We got to start enforcing the laws and the commandments of God. If we are truly Israelites, if we are truly Hebrews, then enforce the law. Enforce it.
Yeah, man.
Talk about it.
Enforce it, man.
Yeah,
about
man.
You wasn't there. Be quiet.
Talk about it.
Word, man.
Just shut your mouth.
Word, man.
You don't know what happened? Be quiet.
Word.
Shut your mouth.
That's right.
Don't jump
Because-
the ball.
Because the laws
That's right.
don't have sides.
That's right.
The laws don't have brothers and sisters.
That's right. Don't have
The
friends.
laws don't have mothers and
It's a
fathers.
It's
Friends.
a two-edged sword.
Huh? It's a two-way sword. And it cuts.
Yeah.
Guess what? You ain't the only one getting cut.
The teacher.
I'm up here
The teacher
getting cut.
getting cut.
That's
Exactly.
You know why? Because I'm not perfect and I'm not whole
Right.
the way God said He
Talk
wants
that.
me to be.
Talk that.
So therefore, the laws that I expound on and talk on, guess
Talk
what?
that.
My back bleeding right now.
Yeah. Talk that.
Facts.
My back bleeding,
Facts.
mouth bleeding, bloody nose. Why?
Facts.
Because I'm getting left hooks, jabs, uppercuts.
Talk about it.
Because I also am in violation of the laws of God.
Talk
Yeah.
about it.
But when we violate these laws, I got to be able to perceive it.
Yeah.
I got to be able to understand and perceive and understand what is violation. You can't see it. You got the small words.
Mhm.
Can you get a bigger Bible with some bigger words?
Mhm.
Yes, you.
This reminds me of Abba. This reminds me of Abba.
I didn't even think about it, but just Exodus 20, verse 18. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They were scared.
Yup.
And they was afraid.
Got scared them.
Thundering, lightning, mountain on fire, and skipping the presence of God. They said, man, I ain't never seen no type of action like this.
Mhm.
Terrified. So they backed up. They said, nah, man,
Mhm.
this is some abnormal stuff going on here.
Mhm.
Man, listen, they backed all the way up.
Yeah.
Okay? And all the people, right? And they said unto Moses, what they told Moses, speak thou with us. You speak to us, we will hear. He said, but let not God speak with us, man, because he gonna kill us.
Yeah.
We gonna die. You don't see what's going on? It was a pitch. First of all,
Mission.
the presence of God was covered in fire and pitch darkness.
Yeah.
He said Moses drew near to the
The thick
darkness
darkness
where
where
God
God
was.
was.
Huh? I said
Tough.
Moses drew
That
near
nigga,
to
he
the
was
thick
tough.
darkness. That darkness
tough.
was so thick,
You could feel it.
so thick you could
feel
feel
it.
it. It was compared to the darkness in the beginning.
Yeah.
Right.
In the beginning, Genesis 1.
Yeah.
Same.
When God said it was darkness upon the face of the deep, it ain't no regular darkness when the sun go down. This is dark matter. Scientists has gotten the hold of the dark matter to prove the word of God.
That ninth plague.
Huh?
That ninth plague.
Dark
I
matter.
said everybody stayed in one spot.
You can't see. It sucks the light. You try to put light, it sucks the it's so dark you can't see it. Right. It's like a black hole.
In Egypt.
In Egypt also.
He said everybody stayed in one spot.
That's right. It said, they said unto Moses, speak thou with us and we will hear. But let not God speak with us lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. Now we see why God brought these people to the mountain, and he gave such a demonstration. That's the word. I said, God brought these people to the grounds of Mount Sinai, and he gave us such great demonstration. Why? Because the demonstration that God did at the mountain was to prove them and to instill fear in them. To instill fear in the people,
Mission
man.
accomplished. That was the whole purpose.
And they got scared. You see, now we got to realize, and this is why God dealt with the nation of Israel the way he dealt with them. He said, because you only, O Israel, have I dealt with this way.
That's right.
You are the only ones that
Made itself known.
that I made myself known
Known
unto. The same God then is the same God
Thank
now.
God now. That's a fact.
When God revealed himself to certain people, he's going to deal with that person differently
That's right.
than he deal with that person.
right. You talking about?
He's going to deal with that person different than he deals with that person. Why? Why? And that person that God dealt with, he has unhampered motion. Unhampered motion means he got to watch the way he walk.
That's right.
He got to watch the things he do.
The least
He
little
got to
slip
watch
up.
the things he say.
The
The least little
slip
slip up, God gonna come on him.
Yeah.
Why? Because you only have I revealed myself to you.
That's
I
right.
revealed myself to you in a certain way that I didn't reveal myself to this one, to that one, to that one. So they could do that, but you can't. I said they could do that. I said, but you can't.
I used to say that.
You can't.
I used to say that.
And the Lord said, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I talk with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I recall my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto my altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. The breeches that the priests wore covered from their loins to the end of their thighs. Okay. Then the priest was commanded to put on a robe.
That's right.
So the only thing was open was from the end of his thighs to his ankles, which is his calves.
What is that, brother?
Right? So now he had on his robe, and God told him not to go up by steps unto his altar, lest his nakedness be discovered thereon.
And the only thing was showing
So, and the only thing that was showing from below his knees to the end to his ankle, which is what? Your nakedness. We should not be wearing shorts.
Short wearing niggas.
Israelites should not be wearing shorts, because when you wear shorts right here up to your knees, you are revealing and showing your nakedness.
Talk
The
about it.
book shows you, it
That's
reveals
right.
to you,
Talk about it.
shows you what is your nakedness.
Talk about it. None of our forefathers walked outside
Okay.
like that.
Let's go to Deuteronomy.
Talk
We'll
about
keep
it.
going. Exodus chapter 21. Now these are the judgments. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. Now people look and say, servants, he was a slave. No, man, he wasn't a slave. But one thing we need to realize is that this was our means of occupation. This was our means of occupation back then. That was like the jobs, application. I need a job. If I need a job and Chief Abraham got it, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say, listen, Abraham. Now I need a job, man. I ain't got no means to take care of myself. I ain't got no means to get no wife, to have no family. Listen, I will give myself and serve you for 6 years. I'll serve you for 6 years. And the law is, at the 7th year, I gotta be released. But when he released me, he gotta furnish me liberally out of everything he has acquired during that 6 years. So that way, guess what? I'm able to live.
Fend for yourself.
I'm able to have my wife and have children and have wife, and I'm able to fend for myself, buy a field.
Right. Right. That's right.
So if thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he's out serving, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If I came in by myself, I leave by myself. Okay? Listen now. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. Wherever you go,
came in with,
you leave with.
Talk about it.
You can't come there. You can't. Now listen. We need to stop comparing the servitude laws
To everything else.
No. Stop comparing the servitude laws to marriage laws.
Oh, no.
That's what they're doing now, brother. They are comparing the servitude laws to marriage laws. So when they divorce their woman, they divorce her and she got to go out with nothing.
Nah, that's not good, man.
No, that's not good.
Not good.
No, that's not good. That's heartless. You don't have a heart. Your wife is not your servant.
That's right.
You
Right.
fool.
That's right.
That's right.
Your wife
That's right.
is not your maidservant.
Not your servant.
That's
Your
right.
wife is not your servant,
Not your
man.
child either.
Don't stop dealing
Your wife
with
not
your
your
wife
child.
like she's a
Or
servant.
your child.
Or she's your Yeladim or your child.
That's right.
Or your daughter.
Or punching bag.
Or punching bag.
That's right.
Stop, man.
That's
Yeah.
right. right.
Because guess what?
That's right.
Some people get tired of this and they start looking elsewhere. And guess what? You done drove that person away from God.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Why? Because of how you misled and how you dealt with that
That's right.
person.
That's right.
That wasn't
That's
God.
right. That's right. Misled them. Misled.
Okay? If he came in by himself, he shall go out by
Lead
himself.
the people astray.
All right? If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. Of course. You come in with a wife, you leave with your wife. You come, whatever you come in with, you leave with. If his master has given him a wife, and she had borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out by himself. Why do he have to leave the wife and the children? Because when you came, you didn't
You ain't
come
have
with a
no
wife.
wife and children. Come
You
on,
didn't
bro.
come with no
You
woman.
got that for me.
You didn't come with no
You
woman.
got that for me.
So when you come here and I gave you a woman and you had children, the wife stays and the children stays. And nothing inhumane about that.
That's
This is the mind frame of God.
That's right.
You know who's corrupt? We are corrupt. God is not corrupt. God, there's nothing corrupt about God.
That's right.
We are the ones that's corrupt. That's why we cannot accept
That's right.
these things when we read it, because we have a corrupt mindset.
That's right.
So when we read these laws, we have to train ourselves to accept these things
That's
and
right.
allow ourselves to accept these things, because you are corrupt
That's
and
right.
evil.
From
That's right.
birth.
You are corrupt and
From birth.
evil.
That's right. From birth. Born with it.
And if the servant shall plainly say, sister says, so do the master marry the woman? No.
No, man.
You know who the woman would be? I don't know what she would be, but the wife, the woman, and the children belong to him.
That's right. That's right.
They
That's
serve him.
They stay there.
Those are his servants.
They's gonna be servants. That's
They're
it.
going to be servants
Not
towards
ma-
him.
not
He's
marriage.
not going to marry
No.
her.
That's just a servant.
That's just a servant.
That's your servants. That's
Right.
your servants. That's right. That's in the book.
It's right here in the book. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Now, in order for this man to say, well, man, listen, I don't want to go nowhere. I don't want to go nowhere. I love my wife. I love my master. I love my children. I want to stay here. That's usually what takes place if the servant was not being ill-treated. If the servant was not being ill-treated. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then his master shall bring him unto the judges, and he shall bring him unto the door or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Now, this tells me one thing. The only ones that had earrings were servants.
That's it. That's it.
That's the only one. Because the earrings
Indicates
indicates
who-
a meaning.
that you're
It was a
servant.
meaning
That
to
you're a
these.
servant.
It was a meaning to the earrings. It indicates that you was a servant.
That's right.
That you are a servant
That's
to a
To
master.
someone. That's right.
You are a servant to a master.
That's right.
So the earrings indicate these
That's
things.
right.
And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. Now people look at that and say, that's evil. You selling your daughter to be a maidservant? Yes,
That's a job. She's
because
good.
it was a job.
She
It was
lit.
an occupation.
She's lit.
And at the end of the 7th year, guess what? She can't leave on her own. Her kinsman, her father got to come redeem her.
That's right.
Her father comes 7 years up. She get furnished liberally out of everything that she worked for.
Came
That
up.
comes in, and he's like, "Yo, I give my daughter back. Come on, daughter, let's go."
That's not cruel. He's setting his daughter up.
That's it.
She don't go out as the
Setting
She
her
don't
up.
go out like the men servants go out, but the father can redeem her.
Right.
Her family got to come and redeem her and snatch her. And she, all right. If she please not her master who had betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he had dealt deceitfully with her. What is the deceit?
The deceit is that you neglect. The
You
neglect.
neglected
The
her.
neglect.
She ain't now you done took her to be a servant, and now you don't want her to be
Yeah.
no servant. You deceived
That's
her.
right. That's
You
right.
showed me one thing, but you
Lied to me.
switched up.
Lied to me.
You switched up. And if he had betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. Huh? So if my son marry a girl, I gotta treat that woman like my own daughter.
Mm.
As I would treat my daughter, I gotta treat her the same way.
Paulie
That's
did
right.
Huh?
that. Paulie did that.
I gotta treat her the same way
Paulie did that.
as if I would treat my own daughter. Hmm?
It's a fact.
If he takes
Talk
him
about
another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. You know what the duty of marriage is? Cohabitation. That's what the duty of marriage is. You cannot diminish these things because what? That comes with marriage. That's the duty. Okay? Food and raiment. Now, you cannot diminish these, meaning what? I got one wife, and in order for me to take care of this other wife, I'm diminishing what I used to do for my first wife to take care of the second one.
Snatching.
You can't have two wives, and you don't have it to have two wives.
Snatching food out this
Snatching
cabinet.
food from the
This
first one
cabinet.
to take care
To
of
go
the
put in
second
that
one.
cabinet.
No good. All right. And if we do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. Let her go. He that smiteth a man so that he die shall surely be put to death.
Mhm.
Shall surely be put to death.
Mhm.
So if you smite a man and he die, guess what?
Yeah.
Your life gotta get taken.
Yeah.
Sister said, say it again. She said, say it again.
Must be some type of discrepancies or some abominations going on in Israel.
Oh yeah.
Injustice going on.
That's all right.
Why?
Yeah, yeah.
Because we want to preach and
That's
teach.
what that's
Praise God. Praise God. But nobody want to teach the
The
law.
law.
And bind these men
By
by
the law.
doing the laws
The
of
law.
God,
Thank
so that everything can go right
Smooth.
and smooth
That's
within
right.
a household.
The strength.
But the reason why things are not going right and smooth within the household, I said the reason why things is not going right and smooth within the
Not
household
living by the
is
book.
because of what? We're not doing this thing here by the book.
Yeah.
But they don't
We're
know it.
not doing these things here by the book.
They don't know it to teach it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Self-made teachers.
We're not doing this by the book.
Self-made teachers.
And then we have self-made teachers.
They don't know the law. They don't know the
Everybody
law.
should not be able to come up here, a head
A
or a
bun.
teacher, the same way the turbans is given out, and the same way not everybody cannot make chiefs and princes. It's the same way everybody should not be up on this beamer.
You know why? Because everybody that teaches.
Everybody should not be up on this beamer. They should have to go through a person or two people through a
A
test.
test. Yeah, man.
You gotta emanate and show me what you know.
Right.
And
You
you
gotta
know
grow
to
your
come
hair.
up there.
And you gotta grow your hair.
Huh? You can't
Them
come
bald
up.
head teachers.
That's right.
You gotta grow your hair.
That's right.
That's how all the original offices was made.
Bald head teachers.
Teach.
You cheaper, you bald head.
Teach.
You get Caesars.
Teach.
Come on, man.
It said he. And if a man lie not in wait, and if a man lie not in wait, but God delivers him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither ye shall flee. Guess what? Those was the three cities. Those was called the cities of refuge. When a life was taken in error. So when a life is taken in error, God said there's three cities that you can go to. You have to remain in those cities until the death of the priest, of the high priest.
The priest.
Of the
Yeah,
high priest or the
high
priest.
high priest.
If you leave the city and that priest ain't died, and the
It's
avenger of blood
He-
catch
he
you
could
and
pop
kill
you.
you,
He could pop
that blood is on your own head.
you. Yeah, he could pop you.
Blood is on your own head. Okay?
He could pop you.
Okay.
You lack it.
Verse 14. But if a man come presumptuously, Exodus 21, verse 14. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die. Now, who did that? Joab.
Mm-hmm.
Joab ran to the altar and grabbed hold of the altar. Right? Now, why did Joab grab hold of the altar? Because Benaiah was coming to kill him. And he knows me touching this altar, you ain't gonna kill me on this altar. The altar holy.
Mm-hmm.
The altar is holy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
these men that we read about, they follow protocol, man.
That's right.
You can't have a camp or gathering of people without protocol.
That's right. Rank and file.
Rank and file, man. That's the reason why you have chief men, princes, governors, chief
right.
prince,
Rulers of 10.
rulers and captains.
That's right.
Because
Right.
somebody got to answer to somebody.
That's right.
And I have to learn to accept that. That if I have someone over me, I got to respect that person that's over me.
Okay.
No, listen, you over me? Okay, listen. Blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
blah. No problem. And it's carried out. You
Cain.
know, that's why we were so deadly. Israelites at a point in time was some deadly people to mess with.
Cain.
You know why? Because we ain't moved on our own accord.
That's right.
We move under orders.
Strict orders. Strict orders.
Orders, strict orders from Nasi Yaakov,
Cool. Yeah.
leader,
Yeah.
head knock
Head knock.
of all
All.
Israelites.
Today.
Before Nasi Yaakov,
Wasn't no Israelites in America. Nigga.
you ain't had nobody calling themselves
This
Israelites.
whole country.
They was calling themselves Black Jews.
Right.
So let's get that right. They was calling themselves Black Jews, Moors. Nasi Yaakov came
From Cincinnati.
from Cincinnati, Ohio. And he changed all that. Israelites.
He had a dream. He
Israelites,
said, I gotta go to
man.
New York.
Sons of Jacob.
He said, I gotta go to New York.
He brought the format of how to wrap turbans. He brought the format of the garments and the robes.
Yeah.
Turbans.
Yeah.
He did that.
Nasi.
Black Jews was wearing suit and ties.
That's the big Nasi right there.
And a little skull cap right here.
Yeah.
Suit and ties.
Mason
which
attire.
is foreign apparel.
Mason attire. That's the attire of the Masons. Suit and tie.
It said, and he that smited his father or his mother shall surely be put to death.
Uh-oh.
There's no explanation to this.
Right.
But you know what the sad thing is? That we had brothers, Israelites, that know of God's law,
Uh-huh.
They stuck to their humble.
that have the nerve
Yes.
Mm.
to voice such things
Mm.
to
Mm.
their father,
Mm.
to voice such things
Challenge.
to their mother,
Mm.
and they will hit their mother
Mm.
or hit their father,
Mm.
and they mean it.
And stand up in their face and
And say, well, he hit me or she hit me, I'm hit. No!
hey.
Hold up. You know how many times before my father passed, I did something. And I was sitting down. My father came up to me
Hook
and
off.
balled his fist up and punched me in my forehead. He got hard knuckles because his knuckles is conditioned
Yeah.
because he does he used to do
Iron
martial arts.
Kumite.
He used to do iron
Kuma
palm.
saying all that.
So he took his hand and punched me in my forehead.
Too.
I didn't look up at him angry.
Like, what you
Yeah.
doing? Like, what you doing?
You know what I did? Grown man in my 40s, I held my head down and cried.
You didn't swell up?
And I ain't swell up. I held my head down and
Cried.
tears dropped out. That's right.
That's
Did you
right.
breathe hard?
That's right.
Were you breathing hard?
Tears dropped out.
Yeah. I ran away, nigga.
Yeah. Honor.
They called
That's
that.
what these men need to learn.
Yeah, talk about it, John.
First of all, you need to learn humbleness to God.
That's right.
And when you're humble to God, you'll learn how to humble to your father.
Stop swelling
Talk
up.
That's right.
Huh?
Talk about it.
Stop
Stop
swelling up.
swelling up
It's-
and challenging your father.
It starts
Stop
from home.
swelling up on your mother.
It starts from home.
Honor and respect your mother, man.
It starts from
Your
home.
parents.
Starts
Because
from
you
home.
smite them, if you ever smite them, believe me, that is a curse that you cannot come back from.
That's right.
You do certain things, ain't no coming back. Hey, man, I said certain things we do in life,
Ain't
Ain't
no
no
coming
coming
back.
back.
ain't no coming back.
That's
Ain't no
right.
coming back. That's a fact.
Ain't no coming back.
That's a fact. Your parents can't steal from you.
Okay?
Right?
In the book, it says that a child shall seek peace and look to make peace with their parents, not the parents making peace with the
That's what I
child.
see. That's what I see too.
That's what the book says. I said, that's what the book says.
That's right.
The book says that. Well, I didn't ever read it because you don't read and you're not a teacher.
You never read it because you don't want to. You don't want to
Okay.
do it.
The book says that.
It's what the daughters too. You know, but they ain't-
That's right. And he that stealeth a man and sell him, or he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. That's kidnap. You know what that is? To snatch somebody up, gag them, and you don't see the person ever again. I want to fall.
Yeah.
Put it on the couch. And saying he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not but keep his bed. So now two men is fighting. Me and you fight, right? I go and give you a bad blow. Now that bad blow that I done gave you, you are bedridden. You're bedridden, right? What happened? If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. So now two brothers is getting into a fight. Two Israelite brothers. Israelites. Hebrews, not heathens. Because these laws was not for the nations. These laws was concerning each other. So if I'm fighting you, we get into a brawl, you hurt me, and I can't go to work, guess what? You got to pay my mortgage. You got to pay my water bill. You got to pay my light bill. You got to pay the gas bill. You got to give my kid's mother money every week. You got to do all that. You know why? Because I can't go to work. Because you done hit me so hard that I'm hospitalized. Now, there was a question before that states, does that refer to the wife? What if the husband beat down the wife?
Our forefathers didn't do that. Right?
Those questions I can't answer.
Because our
You know why?
forefathers didn't do that.
Because Abraham ain't beat Sarah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Because Isaac didn't beat Rebecca.
El Shaddai gave us what to do.
Jacob didn't beat his forewoman.
If your wife ain't listen, God told us what to do.
Huh? God said, if your wife don't go according to you desire her to go, let her go. Why are you holding on to the woman?
Why are you blocking?
on the woman?
Stop blocking, bro. Somebody else want her, bro.
Don't block her, brother.
Don't block. Let the sister live.
Yeah,
Don't block her.
Let
yeah.
the sister
Stop
live.
blocking.
You know why?
Let the sister live.
Because someone else can take her.
Yeah,
You
man.
could treat her
Yeah, man.
better than the way you
I could
treat
treat her way better than you, brother.
like the movie said. One man's what?
Trash.
One man's
Another
trash
man's treasure.
is another man's treasure.
That's a fact. I'll treat her way better, brother. Shut her over here, brother.
I'm trying to get with the sister. Don't block.
Get him.
Happens too.
Get him. Stop hating.
Okay. So if men strive and hurt a woman with child, so the woman is pregnant, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. Because my wife was pregnant with my child, and she got hit with a bad one, lose the child. So now the husband decides what's the judgment. Listen, this is what I want to do, according to what the judges determine. Okay?
Mhm.
And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, foot for foot, hand for hand, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. That teaches you to keep your heads to yourself. This ain't no turn on the other cheek. We don't turn the other cheek
Nah,
here.
they don't do those.
Because if you punch me, you have
Punch
to
you
sit
back.
down and let me punch you
That's
back.
a fact.
Don't be wrong and strong now.
That's a fact.
Don't get all crazy now.
That's right.
Because no one told you to swing on me.
That's right.
I didn't swing on you, so you shouldn't be swinging on me. So if you swing on me, according to what God says, you got to sit down and I got to swing on you. You got to sit down and I got to swing on you now. Yes. So if you don't want to get swung on, you keep your hands to yourself. Sometimes you may hit harder than me, and you done knock my tooth out. I don't hit as hard as you hit. So I hit you one time, the tooth ain't come out.
Hit him
No,
again.
wait a minute, the tooth ain't come out.
Hit him
I gotta hit you
again.
again.
Come
Come on, now, sit down right there. Let me hit you again.
Wow! It ain't come
Well,
out
the
yet,
tooth ain't
brother.
come out yet. Sometimes it may take 2-3 more hits. I gotta get that tooth out. You done knocked my tooth out.
you hit me already.
Let me knock that tooth out. No, it say tooth for tooth.
Right.
Tooth for tooth.
Get that tooth
You
out.
knock my tooth out. The object of the game is to knock that tooth out.
Facts.
You don't want to
Facts.
do that? Keep
Talk
your hands to
about
yourself.
it.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Talk about it. Teach.
And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. Huh? Isn't that that's a gracious God?
God is he's the
That's a
ultimate.
merciful God.
He the ultimate
This is a
HR.
God. This is a God. This is a God with a heart.
He the ultimate HR.
This is a God with a heart.
Protect the worker.
One eye servant.
And the book teaches us how to have a heart. So he said, if you knock this man's eye out, you gotta let him go free for his eye's sake.
Right. You can't keep working for you.
He
with
can't
one
keep
eye.
me working for you. He got one eye, man. Have a heart. Have a heart. And if he smite out his manservant too, or his maidservants too, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox go a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. So if an ox go a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and you can't eat that ox. That ox right there can't be eaten. You done sold him. He's going through a treacherous death right now. He gonna look, right? But if the ox were wont to push with his horns in time past, and it had been testified to his owner, and he had not kept them in, but that he had killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. So now the ox has been known to gore, and you've been warned. So now this dude, ox done gore somebody, killed somebody. The ox gotta die and the owner gotta die. You know why I take that with? I carry that same law with dogs.
Because people don't.
That's right.
Because people are so loose with these dogs, and they don't muzzle them, and they will bite you. And you got kids, you got people, and they let them go loose. Now you know how your dog is. If your dog bite me, believe me, I'm gonna find that dog. He gonna die, and I'm gonna put one in your head too. You gonna feel it too. That's what God says. I said, that's what God says. Blessed be the name of God. These are God's laws. Verse 30, Exodus 21, verse 30.
If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give.
You can pay for the ransom of your life. You can pay, Tamshi.
Whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels, and the ox shall be stoned.
30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned.
Verse 33. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good. And give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be.
Be responsible for your actions. You dug the pit.
Be responsible for your actions.
Be responsible for your actions. You dug a pit. You got to make sure you cover that pit to where no one else can fall in that pit. And these pits was deep pits. Deep pits to where you fall in there, you may lose your life. So we got to be responsible for our actions, and most of us are not responsible for what we do. The things that we do, we are not responsible for. We do things, and it's you the one that started it. You the one that kindled it. But then you back up and then switched everything around and put the blame on the other person. When everything done started because of you.
People don't acknowledge.
Nobody has the mind frame of King David. King David turned towards God and he begged God and said, "Oh Lord God." He said,
They ain't do nothing.
"These sheep ain't did nothing."
So put it on me and my father.
He said, "The iniquity that I have committed, my violation," he said, "put it on me and my father's house." But these sheep didn't do nothing. So you shouldn't want to see people suffer or go through things, innocent people, on your account, on your behalf, because of what you did. You gotta step up. Step up, man.
Yeah, talk about it.
The owner of the verse 35. And if one man's ox hurt another's,
that he died,
then
they shall sell the live
ox and divide the money. My ox kill your ox, we sell the live ox, we split the money in half.
The dead ox
and the
also,
dead ox also, they shall divide. Wow. Wow. You know what came to my mind? In the law, it says we should not eat meat
or an animal that died of itself. But the only instance where God said it's okay to eat an animal that died of itself, no, that was torn by beasts. Sorry. We should not eat meat that was torn by beasts. But the only case I read where an animal is able to eat an animal that was torn by beasts is when my ox has killed your ox. Then God said, hey, I can't question God. That's the only instance where I would eat it. You take the live ox, you sell the money. Split it. The dead ox, we split it in half. He said, or if it be known that the ox had used to push in time past, and his owner had not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his. Chapter 22. Thomas Street.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it, or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, if a man steal an ox or a sheep, and he kill it or sell it. Now this dude has no consideration. He don't care. There's no consideration and no care, no love. You go and you steal this man's ox, not considering what this man need that ox for or what he uses the ox for. It ain't yours, but you stole it. What God said. He said, if a man steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it.
You shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep.
Okay now. You done stole my ox. Now you got to restore. You have to restore 5 oxen for 1 ox.
Now you lose.
You got to pay back.
Now you lose.
Now, I don't have to. Guess what? People say, well, I'm not working right now, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a job. Well, you got to get a job.
You're getting it now.
That guy wasn't working either.
I said, you got to get a job and pay me back what you need to pay back.
I got a job.
And now you want me to consider your bills, your house bills, but you didn't consider me.
You didn't consider me.
See, you know what's the problem here?
That's right.
The problem is this is one-sided. You want me to consider you, but you won't consider the other part.
Talk about it.
No, the consideration goes both ways.
Both ways.
Mm-hmm. We both got to consider each other.
That's right.
So if I consider you and you consider me, we're going to be dealing with each other the same way. One way. Inequality. Right. Equity.
Injustice.
Equity is equal.
Just.
That's just. That's what God means.
Right.
Just between two men.
That's right.
Just.
That's right.
We ain't just, man.
Equality is just.
I said, we ain't just.
That's right.
And most of us are selfish. I said, most of us, majority of Israel is selfish. They only care about the things that has to deal with them.
Right, bro. Right.
Selfish and greedy. Every negative thought goes through your head, but no, you can't say, well, maybe it ain't that way. Maybe it's because of this, and this.
Right. Nah.
Maybe it has to be this way. Maybe I should call the brother and find out.
Maybe I should.
And find out what happened and not speculate. Right. Maybe I should call them and find out and not speculate because I haven't seen them this time, and that time. Oh, these 3 times he haven't came. Besides me speculating, I'll give you a call. But you two above your breeches. Your head is above the ceiling. Tom Sheep.
If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him.
If the sun be risen upon him, if the thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died, there shall no blood be shed for him. That's not murder. God shows us what is murder. I go in my house, and the intruder is in my house.
Mm-hmm.
God said, if I kill him,
That is not murder.
no blood shall be shed for him. That's
Right.
not murder. But these heathens today would call you a murderer. People today will call you a murderer. But guess what? God don't look at you as a murderer. That's what counts.
These things happen in life.
Time sheet.
If the death be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double.
Restore double. Time sheet.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast,
If a man shall burn a field or a vineyard, to be eaten,
and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution.
So if a man cause a field or a vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own vineyard, and of the best of his own field, and the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution. I have a field, you have a field. Why did I let my beast loose in your field?
Doing
Yeah,
that.
right?
What is he doing?
Why did I allow my animal to go in your field and I have a field?
What is he
Shake
here?
your stuff.
So basically, I want to save mine and use yours.
Yeah.
That's a selfish mentality, and you cannot serve God with a selfish mentality.
Bro, leave his eighth in the crib and come smoke mine.
That's a selfish mentality.
Come on, bro.
That's a selfish mentality, man. You know what? We cannot serve God being selfish.
Come on,
You know
man.
why? Because when you're selfish, you don't consider nothing.
Don't do that.
You don't consider nothing. You don't consider nobody. You don't acknowledge nobody. The only one you consider and acknowledge is yourself.
That's right.
That's it. And if it don't benefit you, then hey, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Right.
Yeah, come on, man. Go ahead with that type of thinking. Those type of thinking, or with men with those type of thinking, I can't associate myself with these type of people. I can't associate myself with these people. Tom shit.
If fire break out and catching thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution.
You kindle the fire, you got to restore it. You got to make a full restoration of the thing that has been burnt by that fire that you kindled.
That's right.
Because you do have arsonists.
Seen a little kid do it the other day.
Absalom,
Yeah, for no reason.
Little kid.
Absalom wanted to go see his father because
Yeah, see,
after he killed Amnon, his father told him to go home and don't see his face no more. Now, when King David told him to see his face no more, he fell away.
Right.
See, that don't bother people today. I said that don't bother people today. It's supposed to. You should want to see your father's face
All the time.
all the time. And when he was not able to see his father's face, it bothered him.
Right.
So therefore, he went to go see his father. So he follows protocol. He follows an order. He went to go get Joab so he could put his word in. Joab wouldn't come out. Call Joab, Joab don't come out. He keep calling Joab, Joab won't come out. So next thing he said, I know I'm gonna get Joab to come out. He sent one of his servants to burn his field. So when he burnt Joab's field, Joab came out. He said, yo, man, I was calling you. He said, y'all want to go see my father, man. When he finally went to go see his father, he said King David was confident. And he held him and hugged him. Because when all said and done,
Still his son.
that's my son.
Still his son.
When all said and done, that's my daughter.
Still his daughter.
We need to
Right.
realize
Remember
that
that.
and remember that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We need to realize that
That's
and
right.
remember that
That's right.
and treat the child
Accordingly.
accordingly like how you would treat
Your
your
child.
own child.
That's right. Talk about it.
So we have to be a father to these children, a father figure,
Okay.
which means if you're a father figure,
Okay.
you don't play with them.
Okay.
If you're a father figure,
Okay.
you don't play with her.
That's right.
Because when you play with him or when you play with her, it breeds discontent,
That's right.
it breeds
Familiarity.
disrespect. Familiarity. That's the word.
Breeze content.
It's going to breed some type of familiarity.
That's right.
And then when the familiarity has been drawn up, now
Content.
it's going to be some type of disrespect now coming along now.
Content. That's right.
I can't be serious with you
That's
because you don't think it's a joke.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Talk about it.
Tamshi,
Talk about it.
verse 7.
If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep,
If a man deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, I gave you something, I need you to hold this. Read.
and it be stolen
And it's stolen out
out
the
of the man's
house.
house,
Mhm.
if the thief be
If
found,
the thief be found,
let him pay double.
let him pay double.
If the thief be not
If the
found,
thief be not found,
then the master of the house
then the master of the
shall
house,
be brought unto the judge.
now the master of the house got to be brought to the judge because it's under the master. It's your jurisdiction. It's yours.
Right.
It's under your supervision.
Right. Right.
It's under your watch.
watch.
And they got lost under your watch.
On your
So
time.
now
On your time.
you got to be brought before the judges, Tamshi,
to see whether he have put his hand unto
to his neighbor's goods, Tamshi,
for all manner of trespass,
for all manner of trespass,
whether it be ox,
whether it be
or
ox,
for ass, or sheep,
Mhm.
or raiment,
mm-hmm,
or any manner of lost thing, which another challenge it to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges,
come before the judges,
and whom the judges shall
and
condemn,
whom the judges shall condemn,
he shall pay double
you got to pay double.
unto his neighbor.
Which means what? When the judges come to a decision, we respected the decision
Everybody.
of the head.
Everybody.
Can't question that decision.
We didn't question their decision.
Nah. you ain't
We don't move like this. You know why? And you know why we can't move this way? Because the ones that we call heads and leaders are not
Right.
godly and
Not
righteous.
Talk about it.
They ain't right.
They corrupt and
They corrupt as hell, man. You think it's a joke?
That's why people are crying out.
These so-called leaders today
sad, man. Sad.
with these high power
Flattering titles.
titles.
Flattering titles. Like
Sad.
a joke.
Look, man, I seen a brother
Sad.
with 4 titles. He said, I am Chief Prince, Governor, and Captain of all. I was like, what? I'm like, man, what kind of title is that, man?
Of all
Ain't
who?
no such thing.
Of all who?
My father ain't want none of them titles. He said, I ain't nothing.
Flattering titles.
Joe called it
Guess
flattering
what?
titles.
Title don't mean nothing, man.
I say he ain't nothing.
Title don't mean nothing if you ain't living according to the standards of what that title supposed to be.
First be a man. of
Okay, so now let me reiterate to you what the title is for. In Exodus 18, he said, "Men of truth, men of truth is a quality of one of the qualities of that character. Men of truth, hating covetousness and unjust gain." Okay? So if you're a liar, you're a deceitful, then you shouldn't have a title.
That's right. Talk about it.
If you're a person that covets,
That's right.
then you shouldn't have a
Talk
title.
about it.
If you gain unjustly,
Just game.
unjustly, then you shouldn't have a title.
That's right.
And that's how you base these chiefs and these princes
Princes,
and
that's
chief
right.
prince
That's
and,
right.
and all
Captains.
these captains and
Governors.
governors. Okay.
Where these niggas come from, man? Where y'all come from?
Okay.
Where y'all come from?
Tamshi.
If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath,
What verse you at?
verse 11,
Then shall an oath.
of the Lord be between them both,
Okay.
that he hath not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good.
Okay. So He said, then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both, that he didn't put his hands to his neighbor's goods. I didn't touch it. You know why he got to bring that oath? Because guess what? Why? Because it was given to me. And now it happens. I don't know where it's at.
Sometimes that really happens.
I don't know where it took place or where it went. You know how many times that happened to me? So somebody give me something, and I don't know where it's at.
Somebody else came.
I don't know what took place to it or where it took back. What's what happened? Because it was in my jurisdiction. Forget about the oath. God said give an oath, right? But you know what? I went even farther. I said, you know what? I'm going to replace it. I got to replace it. You know why? Because I'm going to feel a certain way. You gave me something that is not there.
Yeah,
I don't have it no more. Or I broke it. Or I got to replace it.
Right.
So I'm going to replace that. And I'm going to give it back.
People break things and don't replace it.
People break things and don't replace it.
Talk about it.
They don't.
People lose things and don't replace it.
Talk about it.
People damage things and don't replace it.
That's right.
That shows you the mind frame, the mentality of these people.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
Go ahead, read.
If it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the
If
owner
it be
thereof.
stolen from him, he shall make restitution to the owner thereof.
If it be
You gotta
torn,
restore it, Tom Sheet.
if it be torn in pieces,
If it be torn in
and
pieces,
let him bring it for witness,
uh-huh.
he shall not make good.
If
that which
it
is
be
stolen.
torn in pieces, if another animal tore this animal in pieces, killed it.
Bring a
Now
piece.
I gotta show you. See,
Bring
look,
a piece.
there goes your ox. Look,
Bring some
another
pieces.
animal killed them.
That's the proof.
That's the proof right
Some
there.
pieces, yeah.
Now I don't have to restore. I don't have to restore that. Go ahead, read.
If a man borrow aught of his neighbor and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good.
Now the owner being not with it, you wasn't there. You was nowhere around. The animal died, you wasn't there supervising or watching it. Now I gotta make that good now, because you wasn't there. You just left it on its own. Tom Sheep.
But if the owner thereof be with it,
Uh-huh.
he shall not make it good. If it be an hired
If
thing,
the higher thing, it came for its higher. Tom Sheep.
if a man entice a
And
man,
if a man entice a woo,
a maid,
a maid, the word for maid in the Hebrew is
Virgin.
betula.
Virgin.
Betula means a virgin.
Virgin.
Okay?
Not a whore.
Entice means what? To attract or tempt by offering pleasure or advantage.
Kicking the
You
Willie
kicking
Boat
it
Boat.
to them. Or you do things, sometimes, look, listen, men do things to get the attention of the woman.
Okay, brother. Okay, bro.
Yeah.
Some blow.
We do things, a word, oh, shorty out there, oh, she's
This
bad.
way.
Oh, listen, man, we
This
go
way.
on, me split up, get nice.
Yeah.
Let me just walk by.
Yeah.
We just walk by with a little tank top on.
That's right.
Me walk by with a little tank top on, put my gold on, and just walk by. See if I caught her eye a little bit.
Put this nice fragrance on. Put this fragrance on.
It's the same
So
way.
we do things to
Smell me,
attract
it's
the
over.
attention of the woman. You see how it was? The woman ain't do nothing to attract my attention. A godly woman. The godly woman,
Right.
the righteous woman
They're not trying to get
with virtue,
Right.
they didn't try to get your attention.
No.
The man was the one that approached the woman and enticed the woman and attract the woman and try and get them and pursue the woman.
Pursue. That's right.
That was the way and the custom,
Pursue.
way and the custom of our forefathers.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Some women still have that mind frame.
Yeah.
That you will have to move on them, and if you don't move on them, she gonna keep it pushing.
That's right.
You're right.
That's right.
And you have some women that will push up on you. That's he handsome. Excuse me, what's your name? That's the woman you don't want.
Oh,
We'll come at you.
That's the woman you don't want.
Bold.
Because you're very bold now.
very bold.
And you're not emanating virtue.
That's right.
You're not emanating
That's right.
femininity.
Yeah.
You're not emanating a
Yeah.
woman.
Showing off
Womanly
man traits.
ways.
Those are man
Yeah.
traits.
Okay? Those are manly traits.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Okay? To entice. To entice means to attract or tempt by offering pleasure or advantage. Right? So if a man entice a maid or a virgin, that is what? That is not betrothed. Betrothed means engaged. Engaged was treated the same way as marriage. So if a woman that is engaged have sex with a man that she's not engaged with, God, both of them died. Both of them died. Time sheet.
If her father utterly refused to give her unto him,
He said, wait, and if a man entice a maid that is betrothed
and is not betrothed, and lie with her,
and lie with her, he
he
has
shall
sex with
surely
her,
endow her to be his wife.
he shall surely endow her to be his wife. What does endow means? Huh? Endow means to provide. To provide with qualities, abilities,
Right.
and assets.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Assets.
That's it right there, brother.
Value.
That's it right there, brother.
You know what's the assets? I got 2 houses.
Yeah.
Assets.
Yeah.
I got 50 acres of land. Assets.
Yeah.
I got things.
Yeah.
You got an estate.
I got an estate. I got a business.
I got life insurance.
Assets. I have annuities.
Life insurance.
Life insurance. All
Assets.
these things she can benefit off
After
of.
you go.
After you go. Now we see, are we really married?
Talk about
Are we really doing and following the order that God has set?
it. No.
No, we not.
No.
Because if you're getting a wife, man, if you're trying to get a wife, then guess what? I'm gonna try to provide the best life that I can provide for
For
her.
my wife. That's right.
And whatever I have, her name is going on it. This, I got my name here. I'm putting her name here. So just in case God kills me, my wife is straight.
That's right, bro. Talk about it.
So you gotta have your stuff straight.
Talk about it.
Look, I told one woman, I said, y'all, I'm gonna put your name in the house. And she got mad. What are you gonna understand? I don't want your house. What? I said, those are godly ways. Those are godly traits. A man will put his wife's name on the house.
Right.
So that you can benefit just
Right.
in case if
Something
I
happened to
die.
me. Your name on the lease.
Her when you die.
Yeah.
That way nobody can take it.
Nah, woman is crazy, son. They crazy.
Let's read.
If her father utterly refused to
If
give her unto
a
him,
father utterly refused, huh? You know why I said the father utterly refused? Because I didn't give it to you, first off. You went and snatched her without me condoning or giving her to you.
You laid with her.
That's why the father utterly refused.
You laid with her before.
There is no instance in the book where a man gave his wife off to you to marry and then
Come back.
later on come back and take her.
No.
That didn't happen.
No.
You know why Saul did that? No, not Saul.
Yeah.
Saul. You know why Saul did that? We have to remember.
what was going on?
The evil spirit.
All right.
The evil spirit
He
that was
had
on.
an evil spirit.
Saul.
What was going on?
Right.
He had an evil spirit.
Exactly.
And that evil spirit
Was moving him against David.
moving him against David. So everything he did was to hurt David and to hurt David and
Exactly.
to do David in.
Exactly.
It didn't work.
Exactly.
So he went, took Mikal,
That's right.
gave it a pound to you.
Because it didn't work.
Yeah,
It didn't work.
That's right. That's right.
You only married her to mess David up.
that's it.
That was the whole plan.
He said, if her father utterly refused to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Okay, because you did this behind my back, I'm taking my daughter, and you have to pay me the dowry of virgins.
Mm-hmm.
That dowry was only paid for virgins.
Virgins.
You
Say it one
have
more time.
to be a virgin.
Not a bop.
The women on the females, on the girls, the females are not being taught the value of their virginity.
I know why.
Not being taught that. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Uh-huh.
Whosoever lieth with the beast shall surely be put to death.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. God said witches and warlocks and necromancers,
No.
they should die
Death.
Automatic.
automatically. Death
Right.
penalties.
That's right.
So if you're doing palm readings,
That's right.
that's a death penalty in the eyes of God.
That's right.
If you're doing seances and calling up ancient forefathers and
That's right.
praying to,
Ancestral.
that's death penalty before God.
That's why the witch ended got scared when she saw Saul.
Huh? That's death penalty
thought he was gonna
before
kill her.
God, man.
He said, no, hold on, man. I'm gonna kill you. I ain't gonna kill you.
Time sheet.
Whosoever lies with the beast shall surely be put to death.
Now you have to have a different mindset to have sex with an animal.
Yeah,
Something gotta be mathematically gotta be wrong with your brain
Yeah.
Pass
to
corrupt.
desire to have sex with an animal.
You're pass corrupt.
Because those was the ways and the customs of the nations. Greeks, Romans, Canaanites. All these things, these nations, they had sex with animals.
Nothing.
And it was nothing. It was called bestiality, man. Beasts,
Yeah.
they slept with beasts.
Yeah.
Some sheep.
He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto the Lord only, he shall be utterly destroyed.
Some sheep.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him. For ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Ye shall not afflict any
Wait
widow.
a minute. So thou shalt not vex a stranger. Thou shalt not wrong a stranger. Right? Now, there's a treatment that has to come with this. There's a treatment. You have a right treatment and a wrong treatment. We got to recognize and realize when we are treating people wrongfully.
If you wouldn't like.
Huh? Because the way you're treating this person or this stranger, you wouldn't like to be treated that way.
That's right.
And God said, don't treat the stranger that way because you was a stranger in Egypt. And you know how you felt
That's right.
when you was treated in this manner.
Gotta be
So
easy.
therefore, don't return the favor.
You gotta be easy.
Gotta be easy.
That's right.
You gotta be easy. Certain things shouldn't be said.
That's right. That's
You
right.
gotta insult.
That's right.
I said certain things
That's right.
should not be said on the beamer.
That's right.
You know
Please,
why
please,
certain
please.
things shouldn't be said up here?
Please.
Because I don't know how the people is going to take it.
That's right.
That's right.
I have to consider my people.
That's right. Teach, teach,
But
teach,
these
teach.
so-called leaders, they're only thinking about themselves and they get all emotional up here
That's
and
right.
they don't wash their mouth.
Teach.
Their pride gets in the way.
Teach.
And then they start saying things and saying things and saying things, not being considerate of what I'm saying. I may hurt this one,
You're insulting.
or I may insult this
You're
person.
offended.
I may offend this female,
Talk
or
about
I may
it.
insult this person.
Talk about
So when you come up here, you
Talk
gotta
about
watch what you say, man, because you may insult
Talk
or
about
wrong
that.
somebody.
Talk about that.
You may hurt somebody, man.
Talk about that. Talk
But
about
we
it.
don't think about that,
No,
man.
we don't. We don't. No, we don't.
We don't think about
No, we
that.
don't.
That's why this spot is not for everybody.
That's right.
Can't come up here
That's
getting
right.
all emotional
That's right.
and just start running your mouth.
That's right.
Then you got people in the background, foolish people. That's right, clapping their hands. What you
Nah,
clapping about?
Talk about it, bro. Talk about it.
What
Teach,
you
teach,
that's writing about?
teach.
Yeah.
You're trying to send a
Teach.
message.
Yeah.
Yeah, son.
People come up here
Trying
and
to
get
send a message.
emotional and start throwing darts and arrows.
It's not good.
That's
No
not what
good.
this is about.
That's not what this is about.
It's for God law.
This is about teaching
Teach the
El
the
Shaddai's
laws and the
law.
commandments of God.
That's right.
The do's and the don'ts in life.
That's right.
What you can do and what you can't do in life according to what God says.
That's right.
That's what this is about.
Stay on
Not to speak about your personal
Right.
problems.
Stay on track.
Not to speak about that person's personal
Ah.
problems.
Yeah.
Not to speak about what this person's
Yeah.
personal problems.
Yeah.
No, it's not
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
Yeah, yeah.
If
Pipe
I
down.
gotta talk about your personal problems, it's not for here.
It's not for the beamer.
It's a sensitive
It's not for
matter.
here.
Yeah.
After Shabbat, I will talk to you later,
That's
brother.
correct.
Yeah,
And I will pull you to the side, and then we talk, and I'll correct you.
yeah.
It's not for the
Pipe
whole
down,
man.
bro.
It's not for here to broadcast everything.
Yeah,
Sister
pipe,
said,
pipe
sister said, beamer banger.
pipe down,
Beamer bangers.
pipe down.
Come on, man.
Teach, teach, teach.
Where we at? Let's read.
Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
Ye shall not afflict a widow or fatherless child. And I used to always think
Fatherless is a
the
youngin.
fatherless was just a youngin.
Nah, grown,
But I'm
grown.
a grown man,
grown.
and I don't have my father.
You
I'm
fatherless.
fatherless.
That's right. Nigga,
So we gotta watch how we treat people, man.
nigga afflict you. You gotta look out.
Huh? I said we gotta watch how we treat people, man.
If you don't like it, don't do it.
Because the person that you're treating and how you're treating that person may be fatherless. And if they cry out, God gonna hear they
You
cry.
better believe it. He's
Better
50 years
believe
old.
it. A widow is a woman that had a husband. She was married.
Her too.
She was married. And her husband died. So I told my mother, I said, Ima, you know the status you have in the eyes of God right now. Facts. You're a widow.
Facts.
And God have a keen ear to the mouth, to her cry. Okay? Now the widow gotta be living her life in righteousness. It goes hand in
Right. It goes
hand.
hands in hand. That's right.
You can't be a wicked widow. Husband died and you evil as hell. Nah, God ain't gonna hear you. You gotta live your life righteously. That's why certain thoughts and certain things come into your mind now. I need to start doing this. God put those thoughts there to pick your spirit up and getting you ready for something that you don't even know what you're getting yourself ready for. I said, God is getting you ready and picking your spirit up, getting you ready for what you don't even know what you're ready for.
Talk about
That's
it.
why you said, listen, I want to start fasting.
Talk about it.
Yeah,
Talk about it.
I want to start doing this.
Talk about it.
I want to start doing the
Talk
other.
about it.
I want to start doing that.
I'm gonna stop doing
I
this.
said, he's preparing your
That's right.
soul
That's right.
for something
That's right.
that we have no
That's right.
idea
That's right.
Lord, what's going
That's
on.
right. No, that's right.
Lord, how merciful he is. Let's
Now,
read.
that's
Put
how
you in that
merciful.
zone. You're about to die.
Verse 23.
Verse 23.
If thou afflict them in any wise, and they
You
cry
afflict them
on
in
unto
any
me,
wise, and they cried
I
on to
will
me.
surely hear their
I'm
cry,
going to hear they cry,
and my wrath shall wax hot,
and my wrath shall wax hot.
and I will kill you with the
And
sword.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to body you with the sword. Uh-huh.
And your wives shall be widows,
And your wives shall be
Your
widows.
and
children
your
father.
children fathers.
And your children's fathers. Uh-huh.
If
So
thou-
now he said, you do this. He said, man, you violated.
There ain't nothing to it.
And you did this to the widow, you did this to the father. He said, I'm going to kill you with the sword. I'm going to turn the tables around. And I'm going to see how you going to feel it. Now your wives is widow. Your wife
Not
going to be
gonna
a widow. And now your children going to be a father.
Not gonna like
You know what that is to be a fatherless?
Yeah.
Especially growing up as a child without your
The
father.
protector. The protector.
I have to treat that child
Different.
different. Because he don't have his father there. So I have to be that father figure. And I have to look, I gotta show that child more attention
Than my own.
than I show my own.
Than my own.
Right.
My own. No, I love them.
You know why? You know why I gotta do that?
You know that.
Because my son Noah knows I love him.
That is covered.
My son Noah knows I will feed him and do anything for him. Guess what?
You're
This
different.
child that don't have a father, I have to build that trust in this child and show him that, listen, man, I'm here for you.
Crazy, my pops, man. Yo, man.
Hmm? And I seen that done with my father.
Blanco. What up?
I seen that done with my father.
We get back to back against us.
My father said, man, he said, y'all go around messing with my friend. He said, I'll get back to back with him and I'll
Kill all y'all.
kill every last one of y'all.
Facts.
Facts. But guess what? Those are the ways of God.
What up, Blanco?
I said, those are the ways of God.
What up, Blanquito?
Look, another situation. Judges 19. Where the man had a house. The man came to the house with his concubine.
Oh,
Right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
the house was surrounded by Benjamites.
What he did?
He went and took his daughter
Two virgins.
to protect strangers or people that was in this house and gave them to. He said, I got two daughters, man.
Virgins, man.
Those are the ways of God, which means whoever comes in your house
Under your jurisdiction.
under my jurisdiction, I
Protect
gotta
it with
do
your
whatever
life.
I have to do to
Protect it with
protect
your
these
life.
people with my life.
You gotta protect it.
Yeah.
Wow.
It may seem weird to the ones that's not
Because you wicked.
Because you are wicked and evil.
Because you
so
wicked,
therefore
nigga.
it seems weird to
It's
you.
weird to you because you wicked.
That's right.
Time sheet.
If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as a usurer. Neither shalt thou lay upon him.
If thou what?
usury.
If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as a usurer. So if you give me $20 and you owe me $20 and you took a week to give me the $20 back, I can't add $10 to the $20.
It's interest.
That's usury. That's interest. Time sheet.
If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge,
If thou at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge,
thou shalt deliver it unto him by
to
the
pledge is a collateral. You owe me, and because
Right.
you owe me, give me this
I'm
robe.
owed.
You go,
Right.
let me hold this robe. Let me
Right.
hold this garment until you pay me back.
Right.
I'll read for collateral.
thou
Read.
shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down.
God said
Hmm.
and gave me a command and said that the man owed me, and I got his robe for collateral, for a pledge until he paid me back. He said, but when the sun go down, before the sun go down, you better give that man back his robe. Why God said that?
But that is his covering only.
He sleep in his
Where
robe.
when shall you
He sleep in his garment. We don't sleep in our underwears.
Oh, good. What about PJs?
Huh? You walk in the house, brother in his underwears laying down or skin back.
What about PJs?
You don't sleep in your underwears and pajamas and all that.
Sleeping on gold,
You
not
know what
robes.
God, you know why our forefathers slept in?
They robes.
Our robes.
That's right.
My father read that.
And
He
he
said, I
said,
ain't never sleep in
and
bed
he-
chest.
from now on, he did it. Yeah, man.
He said, I'm gonna sleep in my garment.
Yeah.
Like my forefathers. See, listen, when we read the book, we gotta learn to follow after everything.
The walk. It's the walk of
That's the walk of life. That's the ways and the customs of our forefathers.
the
They slept in their robe, you sleep in your robe. They did this, you did this.
Mhm.
They did that, you did that.
Mhm.
Then and only then you will see and understand and learn the ways of
Mhm.
God.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta follow everything.
We
Mm-hmm.
want to follow
Huh?
the world today.
That's right.
We want to follow the people of the world today.
That's
So, go ahead.
Wherein shall he
He
sleep?
said, where you gonna sleep in?
And it shall come to pass when he
When
crieth
he cried
unto
unto
me,
me,
that I will hear.
he said, I'm here his cry.
For I am gracious.
He said, for I am gracious. That's what? That's the characteristics of God.
So why you can't? You gotta be
Being
gracious.
gracious.
You gotta be gracious.
So if God is gracious,
I gotta be gracious.
we have to learn to be
I gotta be
gracious.
easy. I gotta be easy.
Huh? So what is gracious?
I gotta be easy.
What does gracious
It's
mean?
not coming to you like that.
Huh?
Be easy.
What does gracious mean?
That's what that's.
Gracious means
King.
what?
King.
Godly.
King.
Gracious means pleasing, acceptable,
Pleasing.
kindness, courtesy, merciful, compassionate. That's the characteristics of God,
Okay.
man.
There's a
Okay.
lot to change.
So we
Okay.
have to
Okay.
find it within ourselves.
Okay.
We have to find it in ourselves
Okay.
to be merciful.
King.
We gotta find it in ourselves to be compassionate.
Okay.
We gotta find it in ourselves to
Okay.
be kind.
Okay. All right.
We gotta find it in ourselves and train ourselves to
Right.
be that way.
Right. Right. Pipe down. That's right.
Because those are godly traits.
Got you.
Those are not the traits of the adversary.
Got you. Got
The
you.
serpent got their traits.
Yeah.
Deceitful,
Seafood slides.
guile,
Slick.
trickery,
Slick.
slick,
Like,
lies,
no mercy.
huh?
Deceitful.
Yeah.
Deceitful.
Yeah.
That's why it's a bad thing when we're liars.
Yeah.
Because those are the traits
Traits of the
of the
adversary.
serpent.
The other
That I
side.
read. That's right.
He lied to Eve. That's how he tripped.
Those are the traits of the
We
serpent.
ain't serving God lying.
Tom sheet.
That's a trick.
Tom
Thou
sheet.
shalt not revile the gods.
Uh-oh. Thou shalt not revile the gods. In the Hebrew, it says Elohim lo tikwalel. Okay?
Talk about
Elohim
it.
lo tikwalel.
Talk about
Elohim means God, can go for God. It also means
it.
judges.
Ruler.
right?
Oh, this-
To revile judges, rulers, princes, chiefs.
Gotcha.
Right. Right? Revile tikwalel. Elohim lo tikwalel. You should not revile. Tikwalel means to revile, to curse,
or lightly esteem the judges. You should not curse the judges. You should not lightly esteem the judges. You should not lightly esteem or curse or despise the judges. Okay? So now these are what? Officers.
These are the chief
heads and
chief
chief
men,
men and princes.
Heads.
Truly, true chief men, true princes,
Not self-made.
and true, not self-made,
That's right.
and not chief men and princes that's not living according to these laws, commandments, and statutes, men of truth, hating covetousness and unjust gain.
Gotcha.
If you ain't doing that, you ain't no chief.
ain't no chief.
I don't care who called you a chief.
I know bald
If you ain't doing that, you ain't no prince.
Talk
got a
about
bald head, you ain't no chief.
That's how you can tell who's a prince and who's a chief.
You got a bald head, you ain't no prince.
Okay? Lightly esteem.
You got a bald head, you ain't no chief.
Lightly esteem means what? Something that is not valued. Something that is not valued or highly regarded. Contempt, when a person is beneath consideration, disregard for something that should be taken in account. To curse means to abhor, to detest. Go ahead, read.
Nor curse the ruler of thy people.
Nor curse the ruler of thy people.
Okay.
Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with this dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it me. You shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. You shall cast it to the
Neither
dogs.
shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. So if we can't eat meat that was torn of beasts, if we can't eat meat that was torn of beasts, then why are we eating burgers?
Talk about it.
Why did we go to Met Supermarket
Not me, brother.
and buy burgers?
Not me, brother.
And from the packet,
Yeah.
the burgers go on the grill or a frying pan,
Yeah.
and they fry it
Yeah.
with onions and peppers.
Yeah.
Put it on the bread with mayonnaise, lettuce, and tomatoes, cheese, and pickles.
Like heathen dogs.
And then you look at the brother and he bow.
Like heathen dogs. Lo ami. You're not my people.
Yeah.
Bite into it. Wow, man.
Talk about it, man.
Dogs.
Do we know how that meat died?
Heathen
Do we know
dogs.
how that animal died? We should not be eating meat that died of itself or was torn by beasts.
Finna eat it for lunch today, brother.
Let's go to Ecclesiastes.
It's on the grill right now.
Man.
Let's go to Ecclesiastes
It's on the
chapter 8.
Just know it ain't that much cows in the world. You're eating beaver, cat, dog,
human
Horses.
horse. Ain't that much.
With the blood in the
Ain't
back.
that much cows in the world.
Yeah, talk about it.
What's wrong with people?
Not Ecclesiastes, brother.
Talk about the quails. What he said? Moses said, "Yo, you gonna kill all the animals in the world for these people?" And that was just the Israelites.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8.
Who is as the wise man? And who
Wait.
knoweth?
Ecclesiastes chapter 8.
Yeah.
He said, who is? Huh? Who is as the wise man?
You read that today?
Huh? Who is like the wise man? Huh? Now, how can you determine who is wise? Huh? How you can determine who is wise?
See how he
You
live.
can also see
See how
how
he
a
live.
wise, if a man is wise, according to how
How
he
he
judge
lives.
matters.
How he judge
You
matters.
can also see if a man is wise according to how he lives.
That's right.
You can also judge how if he's a wise man according to how he speaks.
Yeah.
You can also determine if he's a wise man
thing.
according of what he stands for.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we all know the quality and the character of a wise man. You ain't wise, brother, if you ain't following God.
Talk
Ain't
about
nothing
it.
wise about you.
Talk about it.
With gray hairs don't mean you're wise.
No, it don't.
wrinkles on your face
No, it don't.
don't mean you're wise.
No, it don't.
Because we have old fools today.
That's right.
We have a lot of old fools that go against God.
That's right.
Giving the wisdom.
Say, who is as the wise man? Tom She.
And who knoweth the interpretation of a thing?
Who knoweth the interpretation of a thing? Interpretation.
Who can figure this out?
The word for interpretation is pesher, means solution. This is hard. This is crazy. This is man. Listen. He said, who knows the solution of a thing?
Not everybody.
Now, not everybody knows the solution of a thing. What do I mean by solution? Solution means solving problems
Problem solved.
or dealing with difficult situations.
Not everybody.
Not everybody can deal with these
They fold.
things.
That's right.
People fold,
That's right.
and sometimes they judge matters
Yeah.
and they get personal.
You heard what Jethro told
Huh?
him. Jethro
They
told
get
Mosiah.
personal when
Personal.
judging matters.
He told them who to
When it's,
hire.
especially when it's concerning the one you love, the one you care about, someone close. Huh?
Yeah. Talk about it.
Means of solving problems or dealing with difficult situations.
Talk about it.
Huh? Difficult situations, because situations and problems gonna come up within a group of people.
That's right.
Yeah, always.
The head gotta be circumspect.
That's why
The
Moses-
head gotta be careful.
He gotta
Because
know.
if you judge this matter and the matter is not judged correctly
According to the
what God says,
According to the
you
law.
can lose people. They'll leave
Yup.
That's right.
because you are not emanating righteousness.
Right.
It's gonna fall apart.
Nobody stays where.
And nobody gonna stay where injustice is being shown.
No.
It's not gonna happen.
That's right.
Tom She.
A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine.
A man's wisdom causes his face to shine, to emanate, to shine.
Not on earth.
Huh?
Not on
Go
earth.
ahead.
And the boldness of his face shall be changed.
Now, the only time that happened was the time of Moses, when Moses came down from the mountain
That's right.
and his face shone.
They had to get a
Why?
veil.
Because the wisdom and the information that he was receiving from God, and he's facing light.
See, this close. to
He's
him.
facing energy. He
It's
came
close.
down.
Yeah.
They had to put a veil. They had to put a veil over, cover his face.
Yeah.
And then when he left from the presence of the people to go before God, he didn't keep that veil.
Nah,
he
he
took
moved
that
it.
veil off,
Yeah.
man. I'm going before God.
It was too bright for them.
Too
They
bright for
ran.
them. He was
They
juiced.
used to run.
Where we at?
Verse 2. I counsel thee to keep the king's
No, go
commandments
back. You missed it. And the boldness of his face
shall be changed.
shall be changed. Shana means different. Different. You're going to see
A glow.
something different
That
in
glow.
this man's feature, in his face, in his appearance. Go ahead, read verse
It's
2.
all spiritual.
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment,
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
and that in regard of the oath of God.
And that in regard of the oath of God. The word for regard, it means dibra. And that the word, it means words. The words, And that in the words of the oath of God.
That's the law.
Huh? Okay,
That's the law, right? Law, basically.
no, the oath is when you swear. The words that the things that you swore. The things that you swore
Anything
to.
that you swore.
Anything that you swore to. Oath means it's in regard of the word of the oath. Oath of God. Right? And the oath of God, anything that you swore to.
Mhm.
And it also could be the same way like that. When you swear to do something according to what God says, according to do his laws or his
Any oath.
commandments.
Gotcha.
Any oath,
Any
any
oath.
type of oath
Gotcha.
concerning
Gotcha.
what you say,
Gotcha.
it has to be kept.
Got you.
Okay, go ahead.
Be not hasty to go out of his sight.
Be not hasty to go out of the sight of God. How do you go out of the sight of God? When you turn out the
The
way.
way.
When you turn away
The
from
way.
God.
The walk of the walk
Huh?
of the
When
walk
you
of
turn
life.
out of the way, when you start living a life
A different
that's
walk.
not acceptable by God, you had turned out of the way.
That's right.
He said, don't be
Different
so
walk.
fast
That's right.
to turn out of the way.
Stand not in an evil thing.
Stand not in an evil thing. Oh my goodness.
Wrong is wrong.
Oh my goodness. He said, stand not in the evil thing. The word for stand is amad, ayin mem dalet, To stand means what? To agree, to accept,
Mhm.
to agree,
Mhm.
to accept, and to participate.
I live by.
Okay?
You support it. You
You
live by
support
it. Yeah. You
Okay?
go by it.
So now we gotta watch what we support.
That's right.
We gotta watch what we agree to.
That's right.
We gotta watch what we attend,
That's
what we
right.
participate in.
Talk about
Because the
it.
things that we agree to don't have to be godly.
Talk
The
about it.
things that we accept don't have to be godly. The things that we attend and participate in
Definitely.
don't have to be godly.
That's right.
Okay? So now we got to be careful of these things, man. We got to be careful. He says, stand not in the evil thing, Tom Sheet.
For he do it whatsoever pleaseth him.
He do it whatsoever pleasing him. Who's that? That's God.
God. That's the only one.
That's God. That's the only one that can do that. God does whatsoever he pleases. And nobody can change that.
That's right.
Nobody can change that. God kills whoever he wants to kill. Huh? He gonna explain it. He make you rich if he want to make you rich.
That's right.
He bring you down and make you poor if he want to make you
Should I
poor.
make it
That's right.
He said, I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. And who can deliver out of my hand? He said, I'm God, man. He said, I'm God. That's what he
Crazy
said.
how you gotta tell us. But that's how we act. Man.
Let's read.
Forgot who I am.
Yeah, right.
Where the word of a king is, there is power.
Uh-oh.
So
He
who-
said, wherever the word of a king is, there is power. Because that's the king. And if you don't take heed to what that king said, that king will push your wig back. He's gonna kill you. Go ahead, read.
And who may say unto him,
What doest thou? You can't ask the king and tell the king what you're doing,
Not gonna do it.
why you doing this. Mm-hmm.
Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing.
What verse is that? 5?
Yeah.
Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing. The word for keep is shomer. Whoso keep it or is on guard for the commandments of God. So let's go into God. If I am on guard for the commandments of God, I'm making sure that the Sabbath is not being violated. Because I'm on guard. I'm on duty for God. I'm making sure this is kept. I'm making sure this is not being done. I'm making sure the conversation in that room is being good. It's talked about good. Talked about according the conversation is right. We ain't talking just anything. You on guard for God. Now it also means to keep, right? To keep means to fulfill. Okay, to fulfill, to conform in habits and conduct. So keeping the commandments of God, it will cause you to conform or to agree to habits and conduct.
That's right.
Which means your habits would change.
That's right.
Your conduct would change.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
To continue or go in the direction of God is the keeping of his commandments.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Now, it said, whoso keepeth the commandments shall feel. The Hebrew word for feel is yada, means to know. No evil thing. The word thing is dabar. No evil thing. No evil word. No evil matter. Tom sheet.
And a wise man's heart discerneth both time and judgment.
Woo!
Ooh, time.
The wise man's heart
Time and place.
discern it.
Time and
Both
place.
time and judgment.
Time and
The
place.
wise man's heart.
Time and place.
It also means the mind or his understanding. Discern it means to know. The wise man's heart know it both time and judgment. He knows the time when to do and when not to do.
Time and place for everything. Time and
He
place.
knows the time when to
Place
do
to-
and not to do.
Time
Brother
and
said
place.
there's a time and place for everything. Now, you see, this book is showing you how you can determine a wise man.
Can, brother? Can.
Because when you just blurt out certain things
You're
at
not
any
wise.
time,
You're
you're
not
not wise.
And you can tell.
When you just do things, I just do it and just do it,
You're not wise.
you're not wise.
You can tell.
You have to be able to discern and know when to do and when not to do.
You can tell who.
When to say and when not to say.
Yep.
When to speak
Yep.
and when not to speak.
That's right.
Wisdom
You can
cometh
tell
from
who
the
read.
fullness of the Lord.
You can tell who read it, who don't. And who
That's
read
right.
it, what teachers read it, who don't.
That's right. That's
Talk
right.
about it. Talk about it.
Tom Sheep, verse 6.
Because to every purpose there is time and judgment.
Wait a minute. He said
Mm.
because
Purpose.
for every purpose
There
is
is a
time and
and
judgment.
It's plain and
Now the
simple.
word for purpose is not purpose.
Nah.
It's kapets. Kapets, kezadeh, means desire or pleasure. Desire or pleasure. Because to every desire, everything that you desire and your pleasure, there is time and judgment.
Ooh.
It ain't time for pleasure.
Mm.
It ain't time to do this. It ain't time to do that. Look, we in congregation. The brother in the corner lip locking his wife. That's not the time for that.
That's right.
Today.
Not today.
That's
This is
right.
Shabbat.
That's
Wait
right.
till you go home.
That's
No
right.
love.
Wait till after the Shabbat.
That's right.
You can't do that now. That's what that means.
That's right.
No love each other.
Okay.
That's
We gotta know. We have to be able to discern and know when is the time and place
That's a good
for
example.
things to do and say in life.
Got you.
Where we at?
Therefore, the misery of man is great upon him.
He said, therefore, the misery of man. The word for misery is la, resh, ayin. It means the evil. The evil in man is what?
Ra? That's what that means?
Resh, ayin. La.
The
The
misery
evil
of
of
man
man is great upon him. Okay?
Damn.
We have good and evil in us. We have good and evil, right? In us. And the evil within us is great. It's great upon us, man. And the only way we can control these things is by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. We have evil in us, man. I have a lot of evil in me
Yes, I do.
that I need to change and I need to change and get rid of before
Yes,
I
I
die.
You're not in denial.
Listen, that's the mission, man. That is the mission. This is the mission of every man that lives on earth, is to get rid of those evil ways that we have in us before God calls your name. Before you die, you better be living right,
Kane.
or else. Tamshi,
For he knoweth not that which shall be. For who can tell him
what
what
verse you at?
shall be? That was verse 7.
Go ahead. For you know it not that which shall be, but who can tell him when it shall be? Nobody. You don't know the future, so you can't tell me what's going to happen ahead of time. We just got to wait it out. We got to wait it out and see what goes and stay right with God and wait and see what transpires or what happens later on. Tom Sheep.
Verse 8, there is no man that hath power over the spirit
There's no man that has power over the spirit
to retain
the spirit. When it's time to go, and God call your spirit, it's time to go. That spirit is gone. It's under orders, man. Why? Because that spirit ain't my spirit. Those spirits, the spirit that we have, is borrowed from God. Until God see time and say, well, you have lived out the time that I have you living here.
Time expired.
Your time has expired here on earth, brother. It's time to go.
It's like giving back
A
the
situation comes up,
Yeah.
you end up sick, or you end up in beef,
Hey.
you end up in problems,
Yep.
bullet go off, you get hit in your head. God is, or you end up sick. Or you don't have to die in the hospital or die by a bullet or by violence.
Car
You
accident.
home and you die in your sleep.
Car accident.
Either way.
You die in your sleep. Either way, it's time to go. Because that spirit is not ours.
No, it's
That
borrowed.
spirit belongs to God.
Borrowed.
Look, I read in Job.
Printed.
I read in Job where God said, if I gather my spirit, Job,
Right.
God said, if I gather my spirit,
Ain't nothing.
Everything.
nobody will be living on earth.
Everything dies.
Yeah.
So the spirit that we have in us is a section, it's a
From his
piece of
nostril,
spirit.
man.
It's a
From him.
spirit from God, man.
How he blew the breath of life in the. Come on, man.
Huh? And guess what?
Man.
He only breathed the breath of life in Adam.
That's it.
The spirit was transferred through DNA from Adam's lifestyle after that. There was no more breathing.
No.
There was no more breathing into men's nostril.
Right, right. Yeah.
Because God did that. God only had to do that with Adam one time.
Yeah, you're right.
When he had children,
Damn.
that life
It
is
travels.
transferred
Yeah.
to people.
From Adam to the
From
next.
Adam to the whole generation, to life, to people, period.
Because he's forming
That heavy, man.
He's forming you.
He had to do it again.
He had to do it again.
Yeah.
That's why when they come
Time
out,
sheet.
start crying.
Where
We
we
know
at?
it not that which shall be, but who can tell him when it shall be? There
Uh-huh.
was no man that had power over the spirit to retain the spirit.
Uh-huh.
Neither had he power in the day of death.
Uh-huh.
And there is no discharge in that war. Neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it.
Time sheet.
All this have I seen and applied my heart unto every work that is done under the sun.
Uh-huh.
There is a time wherein one man ruled over another to his own hurt.
There is a time where one man ruled over another to his own hurt. The word for rule it is shin lamete. It means to be domineer, dominant, which means you're being you're domineering in a evil way.
That's right.
Why you doing it?
You ruling in an evil way.
Talk about it. Tyrant.
Being a tyrant.
Mr.
You
Tyrant.
can't rule in an evil way, man. And the book speaks against that.
God tell you don't be a lion in your
That's
house.
right. Tom C.
What you mad about? And so I saw the wicked buried, who had come and gone from the place of the holy.
Mm-hmm.
They were forgotten in the city where they had so done.
Uh-huh.
This is also
This is
vanity.
also vanity.
Mhm.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11. Tom C.
Because sentence against an
Because
Say it.
sentence. Time out.
Listen to this.
Time out. It said because
Listen to
sentence
this.
against an evil work
Yeah,
is
yeah,
not
yeah.
executed
Yeah.
speedily.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to dig into that
Listen
right
to
there.
this. Listen to this, man.
We're going to dig into that
Listen
right
to
there.
this, man.
The word for sentence in the Hebrew is pitgam. Pitgam. Pitgam means edict or decree. Right? Because an edict, what is an edict? An official order or proclamation issued by a person in authority.
That's from God.
That's the sentence.
That's
That's
from
from God. What is a decree?
Verdict.
Decree, an official order or decision made by the authority. That's from God.
Yeah.
That's the sentence that comes from God.
Yeah.
But because when we live unrighteously before God and we don't get punished right away, we are our hearts is fully set
Yeah.
to do more evil,
Continue doing
to
wrong.
keep going.
Talk about
Go ahead.
Therefore, the heart of the sons of man is fully set in them to do evil.
Therefore, that's why when God chastised those who he loves.
That's why it's good to be chastised.
I said God chastised those who he loved. So when you violate the laws and the commandments of God and you get a chastisement, it shows the love of God so that you don't, so your heart don't be fully set to violate the commandments of God. So I will, by the chastisement of God, I will change my ways.
That's right.
I will change my walk.
That's right.
I won't violate and walk that way no more
Yeah.
because I walked that way and God hit me.
Yeah. You realize what happened.
So now we can determine whether God loves you or not.
That's right.
According to how you live,
That's right.
according to what you do.
That's right.
You did something? Did God chastise you right away?
Yeah.
Did God stop you in your tracks? No, God don't love you
Talk
right.
about it.
because He's
That's
still
right.
allowing you to continue in this
Yeah,
manner,
foul
in this
ways.
route,
Yeah,
in this way.
Oh, you ain't get banged?
Time sheet.
Though a sinner do evil 100 times,
Where at? Where verse you at?
12,
Where?
and his days be prolonged.
Though a sinner do evil 100 times. We see that today. All these rich people, billionaires, they live in evil. They live in a life full of evil.
Full of evil.
They don't consider God at all.
Right.
And they're going good. Everything is going good. Their life is good.
They got money.
Man,
People, look, go ahead.
Yet surely I know that it shall be well with them
Good.
that fear God,
that's a fact.
That.
which
That's
fear
a fact.
Yeah,
before him.
they
That's a
living
fact.
good. He said, but it's gonna be good.
Sure.
It's gonna be well,
Well
with
with
the
them.
ones that serve God,
That's right.
that fear God.
That's right.
Tom She.
But it shall not be well with the wicked.
But it's not gonna be well with the wicked. It's not gonna be good with the
Well, it's
wicked.
well with them now.
Tom She.
Neither shall he prolong his days,
Neither shall he prolong his
which
days,
are as a shadow,
which are as a shadow,
because he feareth not.
because he
before God.
feareth not before God. Tom She.
There is a vanity which is done upon the earth,
There is a vanity that's done upon the earth.
that there be just,
Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 14. There is a vanity that is done upon the earth.
that there be just men.
Chapter what? Chapter 8, verse 9. Tom She. And there be what?
There is a vanity which is done upon the earth,
Uh-huh.
that there be just men unto whom it happeneth according to the work of the wicked.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, there be. The word for there be is yesh. Yod Shin. It means to exist.
Right.
Okay? There exists. They have exist.
Just men.
Just men unto whom it happeneth. In the Hebrew, it don't mean happening. If there be just men that exist unto whom it toucheth, which means the man is just and living according to the laws of God,
He gonna get hit.
and he getting
You
hit,
getting hit.
and he getting put through it.
Mm.
Huh?
Mm.
He's suffering,
Mm.
and the man is just,
Mm.
living his life clean before
Mm.
God.
Sounds like Job.
But God's still putting them through it. Why God does that? I said, why do God does that to just men? To test them and to prove their loyalty for God.
Job.
Integrity.
To see if they gonna break and
Job.
turn towards idols. That's what God did to Job.
Integrity.
Job was perfect
He kept his
before
integrity.
God.
What he
Job
said?
was whole before God. Huh? And God put him through it to test his
He said
integrity.
they ain't gonna run on
The
the,
text.
He says the wicked gonna get it, the righteous gonna get it.
Where you at?
In the middle of 14.
Tom shit.
Again, there be wicked men to whom it happeneth
There be wicked men to whom it toucheth,
according to the work of the righteous.
according to the work of the righteous, which means you wicked as hell.
They get hit.
But
And you
Get
getting and you hitting the
Good
lottery.
Good things.
good
You
things.
hitting the lottery.
Good things happen.
Good things is happening to you.
That's not good.
Huh? Good things is happening to you. I'm saving money. I got this going for me. I got this going for me. I got this going. I got that going. But he wicked as hell.
Wicked.
But you don't tell me. You don't
Two-
say that.
Millionaire,
Uh-huh.
bank account.
Tom C.
I said that this also is vanity.
Uh-huh.
Then I commended mirth, because a man
Uh-oh.
had no better.
Solomon said then, he said, I commended mirth. Mirth is happiness.
He's a
Joy.
Yeah.
He said, then after I seen all that, and I realized that, he said, I commended mirth. Uh-huh. Because a man had what?
No better thing.
No
under
better
the
thing
sun
under the sun
than to eat,
than to eat,
drink,
drink,
and to be
and
merry.
be happy.
For that shall abide with him.
For that shall abide with
His
him
labor.
Of his labor.
of his labor,
The days of his
the
life.
days of his life.
Which God given him under the sun.
Man, ain't nothing
The
better
joy.
than that.
That
The
is
joy
You know
of a
what that
man.
is?
That's the joy
That's
of
the
a
joy
man.
of man.
The joy
And
of life.
I could definitely
That's
speak
life.
on that. When you're able to work, pay your bills, take care of your kids, do everything you have to do, you ain't stressed.
Nope.
I don't need $1 million.
Nope. That's all you, as long as you buy it.
I just need enough just to take care of what I need to
Just
take
abide-
care of.
abide me of my
You know
labor.
why? Because you know where you can hit a man at, a real man at? His pockets.
Yeah.
When he ain't got the money
He ain't got nothing.
to take
Nothing
care
happening.
what he needs to take care of,
Nothing happening.
a real man don't want to have to turn to his wife and take nothing from his woman.
Right?
It's my responsibility to do what I have to do in this house. You should be able to keep your money to yourself.
That's
I don't want to do that. I don't feel good doing that.
That's a
Right.
fact.
I don't feel right doing that.
How about this? What's that?
And my
My daddy-
father ain't teach me
My
that.
daddy and my mommy ain't sure.
My mom's and his other two wives, he told them to keep their money, and he paid the rent for 3 apartments.
That's right.
3.
At the same time.
Paid the rent for 3
Come
apartments.
on, man.
He provided food,
Come on.
and he gave them shelter, And he made sure he gave them extra money for themselves.
Come on, man.
When my mother went out, you know who she went out with? With his other 2 wives.
Come on, man.
All 3 of them going out.
All hung together.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Stop that.
Yeah.
Stop that.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that.
Stop that.
So, but the thing is, what my father did, the men didn't do.
What?
The men want to hide.
No.
They got one wife, and they want to hide behind Lucille's back.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Lucille, I'm going to work, Lucille. He ain't going to work, Lucille. He going to see Mama do.
Yeah.
He going to give Mama do some loving. And he coming back to Lucille. Mama do.
Yeah.
My father ain't do that.
Yeah.
He had one wife, all 3 of them knew.
That's right.
And they leave it up to them to accept it.
That's right.
You didn't accept it, then
Oh,
they go to
Yeah,
teach.
I'm
They
not
go
gonna
to
force
door.
I'm not going to
You can leave. I'm
That's
not going
right.
to force you.
That's right.
But leave it up to the woman to accept it. Stop shaking.
When I applied mine heart to know wisdom and to see the business that is done upon the earth.
Uh-huh.
For also there is that neither day nor
When I
night.
wait, go back. Verse 16. When I applied my heart to know wisdom, read,
to see the business
and to see the business.
that is done upon the earth.
Time out. You know what it says in the business? The word for business is inyan. Ayin, nun, yod, nun. It means interest. He said, I applied my heart to know wisdom and to see what interests people. What is the interest? What
they
these
like?
people like?
What do they like?
What they are into?
What does the world like?
What does the world like? Huh? Yeah. What excites your curiosity? What excites your attention?
What makes you curious?
Huh? What makes you curious? What draws your attention?
What attraction?
What attracts you?
Roll on.
Tom C.
To see the business that is done upon the earth.
Uh-huh.
For also there is that neither day nor night seeth sleep with his eyes.
Uh-huh.
Then I beheld all the work of God.
Then I beheld all the work of God. I beheld the creation and the things that God did. Tom C.
That a man cannot find out the work that is done under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Because
That a man cannot find out what?
cannot find out the
Cannot
work,
find out.
the work.
Wait, time out. Oh my goodness, this gonna smash everything. Wait a minute. He said, then I beheld all the work of God. Right? Then I beheld all the work of God, that a man cannot find out the work that is done under the sun. The word for cannot is yod kaf lamed. It means not able. So the work of God and the things that God do, man is not able to explain that.
Figure that out.
Man is not able to figure it out. So stop telling me about protons and atoms during the creations of God. You can't find those things out. Solomon said that. I said Solomon said that. Stop telling me about a Big Bang, because God said, Solomon said, you are not able to figure these things out. We got to leave certain things alone. Solomon said that. Huh? Well, that's cool. I don't want to hear all that. I don't want to hear it.
Science ain't got nothing to do with the Lord.
Nothing to do with God.
Nothing.
Science.
We can't figure these things out.
Power.
We are not able to figure these things out.
Power to spoken
King
word.
Solomon said that. So guess what? How in the world Solomon couldn't figure it out?
But you got the answer.
But old 2024
You got the answer.
new and revised Israelite can figure out what Solomon can't figure out. Man, what you all crawl under a rock and stay there?
The smartest man to ever live.
Come on, man. The man with all wise. Secret things belongs to the Creator, man.
Leave it alone.
Secret things belongs to God. Leave certain things
That's
alone.
right.
Talk about it. He gave us the law.
Let's read it. Go ahead.
Because though a man labor to seek it out,
Uh-huh.
yea, further though a wise man think to know it, yet shall
Oh,
he
no,
not be
what?
able-
Wait, go back.
Because though a man labor to seek it out,
Though a man labor and he worked to find it out.
yea, further though a wise man think to know
A
it,
wise man, they think to know it. They want to know it.
yea, shall he not be able to find it.
That's right. Let's go to Judges 19. Judges chapter 19. like as the brothers always say, family online, we go into Judges chapter 19.
And it came to pass in those days when there was no king in Israel.
It came to pass in those days that there was no king in Israel. Huh? Yes. There was a point in time when we ain't had no king. We ain't had no head, no leader, no judge, nobody. And everybody lived their lives according to how they want to live.
Right.
Judge time, right? Judge's time.
That's right.
Right in their own lives.
Right in their own lives. Tom Sheep.
My time in them niggas.
That there was a certain Levite sojourning on the side of Mount Ephraim, who took to him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah.
Who took to him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah. So the word for concubine is Isha. Don't mean concubine. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Isha means took to him a wife or a woman. Okay? The word for concubine is Shigalena. Shigalena means a concubine, and I want to show you this in Deuteronomy. See, I like to show you and substantiate what I say by using the book. So you can stay where you at in Judges 19. I'm going to go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 30. Right? It says, thou shalt betroth a wife. Right? And another man shall lie with her. Man. You know why God did that to Israel? Because we did that to God.
Yeah,
God took the nation of Israel to himself,
Yeah.
and we turned to other gods and left God on the back burner. We left God on the back burner. Huh? He said, thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Okay? So in verse 30 in the Hebrew, it says, Isha tira esh we ish acher yish galena. Yish galena means a concubine. A concubine, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if she wasn't a concubine or she wasn't a wife, then you should not be having sex with this woman. We only had sex with concubines and wives.
All right.
We didn't have girlfriends.
All right. You want to
We didn't go to be whoremongers and sleep around because I want to get my rocks off.
No.
Because I didn't have none in a while.
That's right.
That wasn't the mentality of godly men. That wasn't the mentality of righteous men.
That's right.
So the same way the woman got to stay to herself till she get a husband, the man has to stay to himself until he gets him a wife.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Can't be spreading
do.
your royal seed all over the place.
That's
My
right.
seed is royal.
That's right. That's right.
My seed, I got royalty in my DNA.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
I got royalty in my
Straight up.
DNA.
Straight up.
Huh? You
Straight
know why
up.
I say that?
Straight up.
Because I came from royalty.
That's right.
My father is royalty.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm royalty. And guess who else was royalty? My son is royalty.
That's a fact.
I'm going to give my son his flowers right now, man.
That's a fact.
Let me give my son his flowers. Huh? My son, his mother asked him, she said, listen, you want to go? His mother's going on a cruise. So his mother's going on the cruise, right? She asked him if he want to go. He said no. He asked my sister. He asked my sister if she want to go. She said yes. His sister. So she left. He left. I end up picking him up. He's with me. So now I'm at work. Right? And grandma watching him. My mother's watching him. So my mother turned to my son and asked my son, she says, Noah. She said, what's wrong with you? She said, you bored, right? He said, yeah. So she said, why you ain't go with your mother? He told my mother. He said, the reason why I ain't go with my mother, because I won't be able to observe Shabbat.
Yeah. Oh, give that a clap, man. Give that a clap.
He said, I didn't go with my mother because because I won't be able to observe Shabbat.
Hit the homie. Let me hit
So
him.
you
me hit him.
sat here bored
So
all
he'd
week
rather be bored in the house than
to catch the
and
shot.
sacrifice the things that he liked
Noah.
than to go and miss this.
Noah.
That's nephew.
Sacrifice.
You had
That's nephew.
you have grown men. You have grown men
Go on vacation.
that don't have that mentality.
He's going on
You
vacation.
have grown men that will go on vacation and miss
Yeah,
this.
you be like, what brother, what's his name this week? Oh, he went to
You on vacation.
And I'm proud of myself for thinking that way.
yo, man.
That's the mentality. That's a godly mentality. Guess what? That's the good.
Yeah.
That's part of the good. He don't got the good in him like Jeroboam, son. But he got
Got
the good
some.
in him. He got a little
Got
good in
some.
him to serve God, or else he wouldn't have thought. He wouldn't have moved that way.
Ain't no little.
Feed that.
It's not
So
little.
now it's my job
Feed
to
it.
feed that good that's in
Feed
him.
that.
That's not
Feed
little
it
good.
and strengthen it.
That's not little good. Grown men ain't got that.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing little about that.
That's right. That's big.
That's big good.
I never heard
That's
of
big.
it. Never heard of Israelites.
Talk about it. That's right,
Good.
Locks. That's right, Locks.
Talk him out.
That's right, Locks.
Tom Sheik. You know why I said little good? Because he don't have
Because
the
he-
good in him like
right.
Jeroboam's
Know what you
son.
mean.
Right,
Know what you
right,
mean.
right.
Yeah,
Jeroboam's son got
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it was Jeroboam's
Every time,
son
man.
had a certain amount of good, had good in him that God's like, nah,
I said he got
I can't allow him to live.
He like
God
Jeroboam's
had
son
to,
in these
God had to
times.
kill him.
He like Jeroboam's son in these times. Times is different.
God
Uh-huh.
killed him. And he said y'all gonna mourn him too. So all y'all gonna mourn him.
Judges
Yeah.
19,
Yeah.
Verse
right.
2.
verse 2.
And his concubine played the whore against him.
He said, and his concubine played the whore against him. But guess what? When it said the concubine did not have sex with nobody,
He still played the whore.
but she played the whore, which
Without
means
having sex.
you can still play the whore without having sex with men. I said you can play the whore without having
Yeah.
sex with men.
Okay.
Okay? Now, what is the definition of whore? The word whore is zana. Zana means to go astray. Okay? Zana also means, besides to prostitute yourself or to fornicate, it also means to go astray. To go astray means off the right path or route. It means to stray. To stray means to wander from the restraints of the laws of God. So when you have a concubine or a wife and she stray away or go astray from the rules that you have substantiated, which is God's rules, and she leave off, she played the whore.
Mm.
She don't have to have sex with a man to play the whore.
Oh, that's a
That's how
fact.
easy it is.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, yeah.
Tom Sheik.
That's a fact.
Oh, verse what?
And verse 2. And his concubine played the whore against him
Uh-huh.
and went away from him unto her father's
The concubine played the whore against him, and she left off from him
That's
and
it.
went to her father's house.
That's how you do it.
Go ahead.
to Bethlehem, Judah.
To Bethlehem, Judah. Tom
She was
Sheik.
there for 4 whole months.
4 months.
Long time.
I ain't seen my
My
woman.
wife in 4 months.
The wife left. I'm losing my mind. I ain't seen my wife for 4 months.
What?
She done went to her father's house.
What?
So guess what? The husband is sitting down at home waiting. Well, maybe she'll come back. Hoping that she come
Waiting
back.
for you.
Waiting and waiting and waiting. He see, well, man, listen, I gotta go get this woman.
She ain't coming back.
She ain't coming back. She gone.
She
It's
gone.
time for me to
I
go.
gotta
Yeah, she left.
Go ahead.
Gone.
And her husband arose and went after her
Now her husband arose to go after her, right?
to speak friendly unto her.
To speak friendly unto
So he wouldn't go get her
her,
back.
right? Now,
Wait. He ain't go
let's
Yoka?
wait. Let's dig this.
He ain't Yoka?
Dig this. Listen to what it says in the Hebrew. Okay? In the Hebrew, it says, Wayakwam Isha, Wayelek Achareha. When after her, le daber al leba. Leba means her heart. He said, I went off to her to speak to her concerning her
Her
heart.
heart.
So guess what?
What's bothering you, baby?
We ain't no animals, man. Stop
We
being animals, man.
God ain't teach us to
If
beat
my
our woman.
wife feel away,
Chump.
if my wife feel away about something That don't make me no punk to go to my wife and find out
what's
what's bothering my
right.
wife.
That's right.
Chump.
That's my wife, man.
That's right.
That's my wife, and
Chump.
we won, man. And
That's
what
right,
bothers my
brother.
wife supposed to bother me.
My wife ain't my
Come on,
daughter.
man.
That's not your daughter.
Same situation with Hannah.
Your wife ain't your child,
Huh?
man.
What bothers my wife supposed to bother me.
Your wife ain't your child.
And this is why.
That's why these niggas don't be.
Look, man. Look, man.
That's why niggas ain't
Look,
married.
look, man.
That's why niggas be single.
Look, man.
Yeah. That's why I'm. That's
That's
why.
why
I'm
niggas be single.
That's why he's finna take her from you.
So,
Stop beating on the woman.
he said, wait a minute. He said to speak to her concerning her heart.
Back.
Yeah.
To speak to her concerning what's
Yeah,
bothering
cuz.
her.
Yeah, cuz, Mr. Softy.
Huh? That don't make you no punk, man.
Yeah. You
That
soft.
don't make you no punk.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And what's bothering my woman
That's
is supposed to bother me.
Bother me,
Yeah.
Mr. Softy.
Because we won.
Yeah, cuz. I see you, cuz. Yeah, cuz.
Let's read.
Yeah.
Yeah, cuz.
Her husband arose and went after her to speak friendly unto her, and to bring her again, having his servant with him and a couple of asses. And she brought him into her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him, he rejoiced to meet him.
When the father of the damsel saw him, he was happy. He was happy to see him. You know why? Because there was no discrepancies or problems between father-in-laws and mother-in-laws.
Uh-huh.
If I marry this
Uh-huh.
woman,
Uh-huh.
I'm cool with the mother, with her mother, and I'm cool with her father.
That's right. It's a family affair, man.
If she married this man, she's cool with her mother, with his mother, and his father.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Only leaders.
She ain't gonna feel away because she
Come
ain't
on,
black.
man. That's
He's
right.
supposed to marry a black woman. Niggas is crazy.
That's today.
Crazy. Tom Shaker.
And his father-in-law, the damsel's father,
And his father-in-law, the damsel's father.
retained him, and he abode with him 3 days.
Okay. The damsel saw him and he rejoiced to meet him. Right? Na'ara means young woman. Right? A young woman. Right? Tom Shaker, go ahead. Verse 4.
And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days.
3 days. He retained them and kept them there. Tom Shaker.
So they did eat and drink and lodged there.
So they ate and drank their lives there. Tom
It came
Shaker.
to pass on the 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, comfort thine heart with a morsel of
He
bread.
said, comfort your heart with a morsel of bread, son. Comfort means straighten your heart. Refresh yourself. Eat something. Go ahead.
And afterward go your way.
And afterward, you can leave.
And they sat down and did eat, and did drink both of them together.
Uh-huh.
But the damsel's father had said unto the man, be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night. And let
He
thy
said,
heart
be
be merry.
content. Huh? Be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry. Yatab. Your tet bait. Yatab means to be cheerful or joyous in your heart or mind.
Yeah.
A cheerful heart is what? A person who generally has a happy disposition.
What are you mad about?
Right.
A happy disposition. So when you're walking around with a frown, you don't have a cheerful heart.
No.
There's something wrong with you
That's right.
psychologically.
Right.
Okay?
That's right.
The person with a cheerful heart is always in good spirits and is not negative. He or she is not a negative person.
Negative vibes, man.
You can't be negative.
Negative vibes.
You have people that's negative and they don't have no proof.
That's right.
No proof
Kane.
about what they're being negative about.
Kane.
Okay?
Yeah.
He said these are people that remember the good of what other people has done for him. This is people that can see the good when everyone sees something different. When everyone sees something different.
I got something to say.
Huh? You can detect good, but the person that can't detect good always are emanating and bringing up
upbringing,
evil
upbringing,
and shooting it down. They're
Yeah.
shooting the
Always
good that the
shots.
person is
Always
doing.
shots.
They're shooting it down.
Yeah.
But then you'll have another person that can recognize the good and say, man, give him a chance or give her a
and
chance
put light on
to
that.
prove.
And put light on that.
Right. Tom Sheet.
When the man rose up to depart, his father-in-law urged him, therefore he lodged there again.
He ready to leave. But the father-in-law told him, no, chill out, man. Stay. Go ahead.
And he arose early in the morning on the 5th day to depart.
Uh-huh.
And the damsel's father said, comfort thine heart, I pray thee. And they
What verse
tarried,
you at?
verse
Eight.
8.
Okay. Go ahead.
And they tarried until afternoon. And
Uh-huh.
they did eat both of them.
Uh-huh.
And when the man rose up to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, Behold,
Behold,
now the day
the
draweth
day
towards evening.
draweth towards evening. The sun is going down. Uh-huh.
I pray you tarry all night.
Because once
Not
the
good.
sun is going down, it wasn't our custom to allow your visitor or your neighbor to leave
leave
out
at
your
night,
house at night.
Concern.
Because at night, you can remember,
It goes down.
there was no street lights.
It goes down.
And you have people that roam the streets. And
Raiders.
Raiders roam the streets, you will get hurt. Okay, go ahead.
Behold, the day
The day
groweth
growing
to
to
an
an
end.
end.
Lodge here, that thine heart may be merry. And
Uh-huh.
tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayest go home.
Uh-huh. Read.
But the man would not tarry that night, but he rose up and departed and came over against Jebus, which
Uh-huh.
is Jerusalem.
Jebus, which is Jerusalem. Go ahead.
There were-
Descendants of Jebus, the third son of Canaan.
Jebusite.
Jebusites. Tom Sheet.
And there were with him 2 asses saddled. His concubine also was with him. And when they were by Jebus, the day was far spent. And the servant said unto his master, Come, I pray thee, and let us turn in unto this city of the Jebusites and lodge in it. And his master said unto him,
I'm in Judges chapter 19, verse
Verse
12. Tom Sheet.
and his master said unto him, We will not turn aside hither
Into the city of a stranger.
that is not of the children of Israel. We will pass over the
You know what
Gibeah."
their mindset? He said, listen, man. He said, we not going in the city of strangers. These are not my people. So I'm not going to live with strangers. Go ahead. She said, we will pass over to Gibeah.
And he said unto his servant, Come,
Gibeah was inhabited
Benjamin.
by the Benjamites. So yeah,
Right.
they're like, okay, we're not going into this people's land, which is strangers' land. We're going to go into the Benjamites' land. Tom Sheet.
Come and let us draw near to one of these places to lodge all night in Gibeah or in Ramah.
Uh-huh.
But they passed on and went their way, and the sun went down upon them when they were by Gibeah,
Uh-huh.
which belonged to Benjamin.
Uh-huh.
Benjamin. And they turned aside thither to go in and to lodge in Gibeah. And when he went in, he sat him down in the street of the city. But there was no man that took him into his house to lodge him. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field.
So now he's in the city of Benjamin. And while he's in the city, amongst his own people, nobody accepted him in
Inside
the
the
house.
house. So you have to chill outside.
Nobody would bring him in.
You got to chill outside.
They had no good in them. They wasn't hospitable. They didn't show kindness.
Sound like-
They didn't show courtesy. This is the things that God said why Moab and Ammon is not accepted. He said because
Right.
they didn't meet you with bread and with
Water.
water. In the Hebrew, it says to meet. They wasn't courtesy. They wasn't kind.
Right.
They didn't welcome. They didn't meet you.
That's how you welcome.
That's right.
Huh? So when a person or a stranger come to your house, there's the way that you greet people.
That's right.
There's a way
Right.
that you greet people.
Your house
You
or your,
can't greet
your
them
establishment.
raunchy and nasty
That's right.
because those are not the ways of God. That's
Right.
not godly.
That's right.
I have to, whoa. Who's knocking the door? What's wrong with you?
I'm gonna keep it moving.
Once I hear that,
I don't know.
I'm running. You don't know who's at the door.
Sound like anger.
You don't know who's at the door. You don't know who's at the door. You can't answer the door that way.
That's right. Talk about it, bro. Talk about it. What?
God is
Talk about
against those ways, man. The ways of God. We read it here in the book.
Talk
Where
about
we
it.
at?
16.
Verse 16.
And behold-
Judges chapter 19, verse 16.
And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at even.
An
which
old
was-
man from his work. He's leaving the field. See, these men, they work from morning straight to
Straight
evening,
down,
man.
straight to sundown, close to
Straight
sundown.
to sundown.
Close to sundown, yo.
Go ahead, read.
And behold, there came an old man from his work out of
That
the
could
field
tell
at
you,
even.
look, this could tell you right here, man, that they didn't have a book to read. I said they didn't have the
No.
book to read.
No,
Their ways
right.
were so close to
God,
God
yeah, man. Yeah, man.
that the things
Yeah,
that
man.
they did,
Yeah,
their
man.
ways and everything they did was just godly ways.
We gotta learn it.
We gotta learn it. They didn't have to learn it. That was
That
them.
was the way.
They ain't had nothing to read.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right.
The only one that had that book was the high priest. We didn't have no king yet. So the only one that had the book, that Torah, was the priest.
They're not listening.
The high priest. And they ain't listening to the priest. There was no priest
At this time, word.
at this time.
Word.
There ain't no priest right now.
Word.
They got
No
their own
priest,
priests.
no
Huh?
judge, no nothing. Everybody is living
My-
according to their own ways.
My time about to pop out next 2 chapters.
Tom Street.
And he sojourned in Gibeah
Sojourned in Gibeah,
with the men
but
of
the men of the place
were
were Benjamites.
And when he had lifted up his eyes,
Gibeah, go ahead.
and when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the street of the city.
A wayfarer man, a wanderer. Uh-huh.
And the old man said, Whither
He
goest
said,
thou?
where you going?
And whence comest
And
thou?
where you comest thou? Where you
He
going
said
from?
unto him,
What he said to
We
him?
are passing from Bethlehem, Judah,
We're
toward
passing
the
from
side,
Bethlehem, Judah,
toward the side
towards the
of
sides
Mount Ephraim.
of Mount Ephraim.
From thence am I.
From thence am I.
And I went to Bethlehem.
And I went to Bethlehem, Judah,
but
but
I
I'm now going to the house of the Lord.
There is no man
And
that
there is
received
no
me in the
man
house.
that will accept me in the house. I'm here in the streets with my concubine, and I don't have nowhere to
Nowhere to
go.
go.
The sun is drawing, the sun is going down, evening is coming on, and everybody realized that I'm here, and I need some type of shelter. But no
Bypass.
one is accepting me.
Bypass. They don't care.
Go ahead, read.
That's his people. Yet
And his own people, he probably would been treated better,
Better
if
going
he
to
went
the
to Gibeah.
when he went to
If he
Gibeah,
went to
the other spot.
when
to
Israelites
the
are
other
not right,
temples.
Where it wasn't no.
when Israelites are not right, the stranger will treat you better.
That's right.
That is the
Brother
best.
said when Israelites are not right, you mess around the strangers to treat you better. And that's right.
True story. It's a true
That's
story.
right.
It's a true story.
Tom Sheep.
Yet there is both straw and provender for our asses.
Uh-oh.
And there is bread and wine also for me and thy handmaid.
You hear this?
And
He said, listen, all I need for you is to give me shelter.
That's all I need.
I don't need food from you. I don't need nothing for you. I got strong provender for my ass. I'm not going to use you. Have to worry about feeding my ass. Okay? I got bread and wine for myself and my handmaid. You don't have to worry about giving me food.
Yeah, no one could be.
He said, and for the young man which is with thy servants, and there is no want of anything. I just need shelter. I just need you to house me. Okay? Tom Sheep.
And the old man said, Peace be with thee.
Peace be with thee.
Howsoever, let all thy wants lie upon thee.
You hear that? He said, peace be with you. Huh? He said, all your wants and needs is upon me.
Say it in the
Which
heat.
means-
Say it in the heat. I think that's the Ivrek. That's not it?
I'm not sure.
No. That's
He said, let all your needs be with me. Which means I done took, if I take you in my house, I took on the responsibility of feeding you and taking care of you. You don't, all right? Go ahead.
Only lodge not in the street.
He said, don't lodge in the street. Tom
So he
Sheep.
brought him into his house,
Mhm.
and gave provender unto the asses.
Straw or hay cut up fine for the food of cattle, and the provender is feed for the cattle. Go ahead, read what book? Verse 22.
The middle of
Or
verse
21.
21.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
And they washed their feet.
They
and
washed
did
their
eat and
feet
drink.
and drank. Tom Sheep.
Verse 22.
Tom Sheep.
Now, as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial,
He said, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, worthless men, worthless men, beset the house round about. They surrounded the house. Go Go ahead.
and beat at the door,
And they're banging at the door like mad men. Read.
and spake to the master of the house,
Then they went to the master.
the
Read.
old man, saying,
Uh-huh.
Bring forth the man that came into thine house, that we may know him.
Bring forth the man that came into your house so that we can know him. They
Hey.
wanted to penetrate the man.
Hey, yo.
They wanted to penetrate the man.
Hey,
Go
yo.
ahead.
And the man, the master of the house, went out unto them, and said unto them, Nay, my brethren, nay.
He
I
said,
pray
"Name my
you,
brother." He said, "No, my brother, no." He said, "I pray you,
do not so wicked.
don't do this wicked, don't do this wickedness."
Seeing
Seeing that.
that this man is coming to mine house.
Okay, hold up.
Came into my house, man.
He said, "Do not so wickedly." He said, "Because this man has came under the jurisdiction of my house.
I gotta protect.
He's under my protection. Don't do this to him, man. I can't allow this to happen.
Right.
He's under my
You
protection."
better die.
Go ahead,
Do not this folly.
Tom She.
Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden.
You hear this? The man, the master of the house, is willing to do anything to protect this man because he's under the roof of my house.
Okay,
That's godliness.
Teach,
He's
Shama,
so
teach,
much.
teach.
He's so much he's so much ready to do anything to protect this man that he was willing to give up
His virgin daughter.
his virgin daughter so that they can have sex with,
That's why
just
Paul,
to protect his house.
that's why Paul was ready to
Now
go back
most
to
of
back.
us would look at this and say, "Not me. Oh, that's not right. That's not."
'Cause you wicked.
No.
And they're gonna,
See,
they're gonna
listen
rape
here.
that
You
man.
wicked.
See, we don't have that godly mentality. We don't have a righteous mentality. And our mentality is completely different than the men in this book, the way they think. That was righteousness.
That's why Paul got back to
I said this was
against
righteousness.
us.
Go ahead. He said, "Here is
Here's my daughter, a
here's
maiden,
my daughter,
and his
a
concubine,
maiden." The word for maiden is Betula. She was a virgin.
and
And his concubine. So he's ready to give up his maiden, his virgin daughter, and the concubine, just to protect the man. You're moving it.
That's why
I couldn't do that.
Messed up everything.
That's serious, baby. The show's still going.
Where we at? Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden,
And his concubine.
and his concubine.
Them will I bring out
Them
now,
will I bring out
and
now,
humble ye
and
them,
humble ye them,
and do
and
with
do
them
with
what
them
seemeth good
what
unto you.
seemeth good unto you.
But unto this
But unto
man,
this man,
do not
do
so
not
vile
so
a thing.
vile this thing. The hospitality, I said the hospitality, right? The hospitality supersedes, right? The hospitality supersedes the love of his family.
That's
talk
correct.
about it.
That's the heights of righteousness.
Talk about it.
That's why he was willing to give his own daughter.
Anything.
That's why he was willing to give his own daughter
For the man
to
not to
protect
get raped.
this man not to get penetrated.
Violate.
Because they was gonna look. You think that man was just gonna lay down and relax? Chief Malak said you gotta relax. He said, "Ain't no way it's gonna happen if you don't relax."
Right.
What they wanted to do to that man was most
Yo,
wicked.
That's most wicked,
That
man.
was most wicked.
That's most wicked and evil. So he was ready to give up his own daughter just to protect that man's manhood.
That's what that was about.
Just to protect that man's
That's what that was
manhood.
about. Deep.
Okay? What verse we at?
Right. But the man would not hearken to him.
So now, when you're striving to be godly, guess what? I said, when you're striving to be godly, you're last.
Okay. Okay.
You are last.
I'll give up mine.
You are last.
Got
You
you, I
don't
got you.
put yourself first.
I got
Or
you.
think you last. You put
Okay.
yourself in the back burner
All
and
right.
take care of everybody else.
Okay,
Or
all
you
right.
take care of everybody else. And
Okay.
if it's enough, And if there ain't no more, I'm satisfied.
That's right.
As long as my people is good.
That's right.
Everybody good. I ain't
That's
worried
right.
about it. That's righteousness.
That's right.
We need to learn righteousness by reading
That's
the
right.
book.
That's right. Keep on.
Learn
Keep it going.
righteousness by reading the book.
I'm not criticizing these people.
I'm
Stop
learning.
criticizing these people,
Yeah, I'm
man,
learning.
because they know the ways of
They know
God.
God.
We are trying to learn the ways of God.
They lived it.
They live the ways of God.
They know.
We ain't living the ways of God. We don't know the ways of God.
That's right.
What verse we at, Chief?
25.
25.
But the man would not hearken to him.
But the man will not hearken to him.
So the man took his concubine
So the man took his concubine
and brought her forth unto them,
and brought her forth unto him,
and they knew her
and they knew her
and abused her.
and abused her
All the
That's
night.
two different
all the
things.
night. Guess
That's
who?
two
Guess
different
guess
things.
guess. Look. Guess who I saved? The virgin. The only one that they abused was the concubine.
They wouldn't listen, so he said to his concubine.
You know who did that? I said, you know who did that? Her husband.
Yeah.
Her husband took the concubine and threw her out there. Grabbed the daughter. Now see, he also was thinking on behalf of the man that brought me in. Basically, he was like, nah. Because the master of the house was willing to give up his daughter on his behalf. And in his mindset, he said, no, I can't allow this to happen because I brought this situation upon him. So therefore, you know what? Listen, man, you got to go out there. Close the door.
Y'all better watch your mouth with these people.
Righteousness
Y'all
on
better
both.
watch your mouth with
I
these
said righteousness
Both
on
sides.
both sides.
Both
people.
sides.
They both with the sin.
Which means what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit back and let that man sacrifice and give up his own virgin daughter because I'm the one that brought the trouble here by coming here. Think, man.
But you're not getting that man.
Tom Sheik.
Yeah. But the man would not hearken to him. So the man took his concubine and brought her forth unto them, and they knew her and abused her all the night until the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. Then came the woman in the dawning of the day and fell down at the door of the man's house where her Lord was, till it was light. And the Lord rose, and her Lord rose up in the morning and opened the doors of the house and went out to go his way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, was fallen down at the door of the house, and her hands were upon the threshold. And he said unto her, up, let us be going. But none answered. Then the man took her up upon an ass, and the man rose up and got him unto his place.
Rose up, took his concubine and left, went to his house. Read.
And when he was coming to his house, he took a knife,
He took a knife,
laid hold on his concubine,
laid hold on his concubine,
and divided her
cut her in pieces,
together with her bones
together with her bones.
into 12 pieces,
Uh-huh.
and sent her into all the coasts of Israel.
How strong you gotta be.
Sent her all to the coast of Israel.
Gotta be strong, man.
Go ahead. That's
That
it.
it- no, and it was so that all that saw it said, there was no such deed done nor seen from the day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt unto this
Ain't
day.
no deed ever was
Nothing happened
done.
like this before. This
Since the day that the nation of Israel left Egypt, this ain't never
Let's
happened.
consider it.
This was disgusting.
Yeah.
Basically, this was disgusting. The man had to chop his daughter, his wife, his concubine in pieces and distribute it
That's why he did
to the 11 tribes. The only tribe that didn't get a piece was Benjamin. Benjamin. Because they the culprit. It happened in Benjamin. Tom Sheik. That's it.
Consider of it. Take advice and speak your minds.
Okay, Proverbs 3. Proverbs chapter 3. Sister says savagery. Yeah, that was savage. That was some savage stuff, man. Because they went, snatched that man's concubine, and they basically ran a train on her.
No, that's not what they came for.
They
The
first
first
they came for the man.
was to have homosexuality with that man.
They wanted to go into the
They
man.
wanted to jump him. That's the folly and the wicked.
Come on, man.
That was the worst.
And then, to deliver himself, he had to give
He
up
had to
his
get-
concubine,
It's savage. It's ugly, man.
and they all just ravished her. They all
And they
just jumped
not
her,
only
ravished her,
sexual,
abused her,
they beat her
and
up.
they abused her.
They
It was
had to do
wild,
that. They
man.
had to do that. They
They killed her, man.
Yeah.
Let's go to Proverbs chapter 3.
My son, forget not my law.
My son, forget not my law. You know what it is when a father gotta beg and beg for his son or his daughter to come see him?
It's not good.
No good.
That's not good.
No good.
So you know what it is when a father gotta beg his own son or his daughter to come see him?
And they're not heathens, man, right? Let's make this clear. Okay?
You got some that's heathen and some that's Israel.
You expect that from heathens.
But the ones that's heathen, they wasn't raised as heathen.
That's right.
I showed you about God.
That's right.
And the parent gotta beg their son or their daughter to come visit them.
Damn shame.
My mother and my father ain't never had to beg me to come see them.
That's right.
Never.
Talk about it, Drama.
Now they don't have that.
Never.
Talk about it, Drama.
Because we present.
They don't
Talk
have
about
that.
it. Make ourselves
They
available.
don't have
Say it
that
again.
problem.
We are present.
They don't have
And
that
we
problem.
and as us as being a child, you have to make yourself available for your mother and your father.
No, move to
Right.
Timbuktu.
And he give me time.
Right.
No, move to Timbuktu.
No. That's right.
Move to Timbuktu.
That's right. That's right.
Come on, man.
You
Talk
got-
it. Talk it, Drama.
You gotta make yourself available,
Yeah.
man.
That's right.
That's all a part of honoring your
Honoring.
parents.
Yeah.
Right. Don't put them in a nursing home.
And when you make yourself available, the father gonna lay some things on you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right.
Oh, you gonna
blessed, nigga.
you gonna learn some things.
Yeah.
Do's, the don'ts,
Jules, you gonna drop.
never do things you should be
I'll
doing.
show you the way.
That's why it said, my son. He said, my son, forget not my law.
That's
Mhm.
right.
It ain't talking about the laws of God.
It's
Yeah.
The father has his own laws that he laid out on his child that you expect the child to follow.
That's right.
He had his own commands, his own laws.
That's right.
He said, my son, don't forget my laws.
That's right.
But let that heart keep my commandments. Allow your heart, allow your mind to keep my commandments. Verse 2, time sheet.
For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee.
By you not forgetting the things that I told you, by you not forgetting the instructions that I showed you, it will add long life.
That's why these young ones be dying with them.
I said it will add long life to you.
Yeah.
Talk
Okay?
about it. Talk about it.
Now, to forget means what? To neglect, to put out of one's mind, to cease to consider. And look, I read in the book where it says, I have not wickedly forgotten thy laws. Huh? Okay. Okay, where I read, and it's talking about God's law.
It's wicked.
It's wicked when you forget. Tom Shane.
Verse 2. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee.
Mm-hmm.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. The word for mercy is kesed. Mercy means what? Mercy, compassion, or forbearance. All right? Now, mercy shown, forbearance is what? When you have self-restraints, to hold oneself back.
That discipline. That discipline.
Forbearance is when you're able to hold yourself back from doing certain things that God hates, that your parents dislike. You're able to hold yourself back. A lot of us don't have forbearance. That's how you govern yourself. That's how you discipline yourself. That's how you train yourself. Compassion is what? Sympathetic consciousness of others' distress. Sympathetic consciousness, not from not from my distress,
Yours.
of your distress.
That's for you.
I'm showing compassion because of what you are distressed
You're
about.
going through.
What you going through.
Makes me
And
clear.
I start
It make me
crying
cry.
and getting all sympathy and crying and feeling away because of what you going through. We don't turn around and say that's good for
That's
him.
good for him. Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
turn around and say he's
Yeah, it's
evil.
good for him. Yeah. Nah,
I ain't gonna turn around and say
That's
he's
right.
wicked.
That's right.
Look, God had to tell Aaron, don't
That's right.
cry.
That's right.
God had to tell him, don't cry.
That's right.
Because he would have cried, regardless of what. He said, all right, easy now. Why he say easy? Because this is regarding the holiness of God. This is regarding the holiness of God. And he violated the offering and started sending up strange fire. God said, don't shed no tears for him. You want to cry for something? Bewail the burning. Bewail, cry for that fire that God sent from heaven and he burnt them and consumed them. Cry for that. Cry for that.
That's what killed him. Cry for that.
And the last one is distress, worried or troubled minds. A troubled mind brings upset. That's what makes you upset. A lot of us are troubled.
Yes. I see it.
A lot of us are troubled.
I see it.
And because we have a troubled mind, guess what happened?
What happened?
You need therapy.
Dang.
Yeah.
Counseling.
You need counseling.
Because you ain't listening to this.
Because you ain't listening to this. So now you need to go sit down
A
in
program.
front of a shrink
A shrink.
and get counseled and get some therapy.
Yeah.
And those therapists would dig deep into you. They dig real deep and they will reveal certain things that you ain't know you had or you didn't know about yourself. Therapy. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee.
Bind them about thy
Bind
neck.
them about thy neck.
Write them upon the table of
Write
thy
them
heart.
upon the tables of thine heart.
So shalt thou find favor
So shalt thou find favor.
and good understanding. in the
And
sight of
good
God
understanding
and
in
man.
the sight of God and man. Sekel Tov. Sekel Tov is good sense or prudence. What is prudence? Prudence is the ability to govern or discipline
That's right.
yourself
Oneself.
by the use of reasoning,
That's
by the use of God's, by the
Discipline.
reasoning of God.
Discipline yourself.
Okay? What is good sense? Discerning awareness and appreciation. Okay? You're on point.
Awareness is on point.
You're on point. You're on point.
Circumspect.
With yourself. You're
Circumspect.
circumspect. You're
Right.
taking heed to yourself. You're careful. You have a conscience. Go ahead.
Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and leave not unto thine own
Trust in
understanding.
God with all your heart
That's a
and
fact.
don't lean to your own understanding.
Got you. You go everything according to the book.
Don't lean to your own understanding.
You don't need-
Don't lean to your reasoning. Don't lean to your understanding. Lean to the understanding of God.
That's right.
Lean and turn towards
That's right.
to the understanding
That's right.
that you read here in the book.
Everything according to this.
Everything according to what you read.
That's right.
Don't add on.
That's right.
Don't take away.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Don't add on and don't take away.
That's
Verse 6. Proverbs 3, verse 6.
In all thy ways acknowledge him.
In all your ways, acknowledge him.
He shall direct thy path.
So whatever you into, acknowledge God.
That's right.
Whatever you get into, acknowledge
That's
God.
right.
And when we do these things, God would direct your path.
Yeah.
He would direct your path towards that righteous path, towards the right way. Tom C.
Be not wise in thine own eyes.
Don't be wise in your own eyes.
Fear the Lord
Fear God
and depart from evil.
and depart from evil.
Yeah.
It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 9. Honor the Lord with thy substance. And with
Honor the Lord with thy substance. How do you honor God with your substance?
That's the
Today,
sacrifices.
we don't have a high
That was the
priest
sacrifice.
to bring up no types,
Right. Sacrifice.
to bring up bread and
Right.
corn and
Right.
animals. We don't have none of
They
that.
bring up a free will offering.
So the only way you can honor God with your substance, well, I see it's needed. My brother needs something,
Okay, I got you.
I give.
I got you. I got you.
The camp where I go to serve God, the lights is off. I pay for the light bill.
Nigga ain't heavy handed.
Huh? I gotta be loose with the hands. I gotta be liberal.
Yeah.
I gotta be able to give.
Yeah, my brother
Huh?
need, got
My
that.
brother need,
He
and I
got
have
that.
an extra.
He
Yo,
got
man,
that.
here's some sneakers, brother.
My brother need.
Oh, my brother need this. Oh, here's this for you, man. Oh, yo, here's this for you. We gotta be liberal.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's liberal.
We
Teach.
gotta be liberal.
Teach, brother.
We gotta be able to
That's
give
right. That's right.
and not be
Stop being tight.
tight and hold on to every
Order,
penny.
order, order, everything.
You ain't gonna die with it, bro.
Tom C.
Yeah.
So shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and the presses shall burst out with new wine.
By giving, God gonna fill your barns up.
Replace that.
He gonna replace it. He gonna fill your barns up. Tom C.
My son, despise not the chastening of the Lord.
My son, despise not the chastening of God, not to be weary of his correction, but God only chastises those we love. I said, God only chastises those who we love. So when we violate the laws of God and God chastises you and put you through it, he loves you.
Yeah.
Because he don't want you to continue walking in that way.
Yeah.
To destroy yourself. Tom C.
For whom the Lord loveth, he corrected.
For whom the Lord loveth, he corrected. So
Okay.
if God love you, he
Okay.
gonna chastise you.
Okay.
If God love you, he gonna correct you.
Okay.
So when we do things that is contrary to the laws and the commandments of God,
And nothing happened to you?
and nothing happened to you,
Yeah.
that's not God showing love for you.
That's right.
Stuff happened to the brother. Don't talk about him.
Okay?
Leave him
So,
alone.
Go ahead, Tom C.
He corrected even as a father the son in whom he delighted.
Tom C.
Right.
You
Happy
said
is
who
the
he
man.
delighted?
Happy is the man that findeth wisdom,
Right.
Happy is the man that findeth wisdom,
and the man that getteth
and the man
understanding.
that getteth understanding. Tom C.
For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver.
For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver. It's better than money. Tom C. And the gain thereof than fine gold.
She is more precious than
She's
rubies.
more precious than wisdom is more precious than rubies. And all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her.
Length of
Wisdom
days.
would bring length of days. Is in her right hand, and in her left hand, riches and honor. Go ahead,
Her ways are
17.
ways of pleasantness.
Her ways are what? Are ways
pleasantness.
of pleasantness. The word for pleasantness is noam. Noon ayin mim. It means suitable. It also means pleasantness. So who ways? The ways of wisdom
Ways
is
of wisdom.
pleasantness.
Not,
Pleasantness means
not-
what? Agreeable,
not hard.
pleasing manners,
Not difficult.
behavior, suitable. Huh? Tom C.
Not
And
too
all
hard.
her paths are peace.
And all her path, the ways and the route and the path of wisdom is peace. Tom C.
She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her.
She is the tree of life to all them that lay hold on them. Huh?
Right.
Wisdom is a tree of life to all them that lay hold on them. God has compared wisdom to the tree of life. That's that tree. That's them trees that God said, listen, eat from all these trees here because it gives life. He said, but that tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat from it because in the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. And by us eating from that tree, now we have what? Two parts. We got to die, and we have two parts of us. We have good in us, and we have evil. Okay? Go ahead. What verse we at?
And happy is everyone that retaineth her. Verse 19. The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth. By understanding hath he established the heavens. By his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew.
What verse you at?
21.
Mm-hmm.
My son, let not them depart from thine eyes.
My son, let not them depart from thine eyes.
Keep sound wisdom
Keep sound wisdom
and discretion.
Discretion.
and discretion. Wait a minute. All right, hold that there. I got to go back to 19.
Wait a minute.
Right? He said, the Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth. The
No.
word for founded in the Hebrew is yasad. Yod Samet Dalet.
Yeah.
Yasad means to establish.
Yeah.
To establish
Yeah.
means to bring into existence.
Existence.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Which means when God brought this into
It
existence,
was nothing
it wasn't
existent.
nothing
There
there.
was nothing existent.
So now we have read and understood that in Ecclesiastes, Solomon said, you are not able to figure out how God created the earth. You ain't
You
gonna
won't.
figure that out.
You won't.
So stop telling me how God created. You don't know
Science.
these things.
These scientists
We gotta
don't
leave
know.
these things alone.
These scientists don't know.
Solomon said that.
These
Science ain't got
scientists
nothing to
don't
do
know.
with God.
Solomon said that.
Scientists don't know.
Tom Sheep.
They never will.
Wait, hold up. The Lord by wisdom had founded the earth. By understanding had he established the heavens. Okay? Verse 20.
By his knowledge, the depths are broken up.
By his knowledge, the depths are broken up.
That's right.
Huh?
Drop.
Tehomot. It means the abyss. You know what the depths is? You know what that word Tehomot means? The ocean depth. The ocean depth, which means you had the windows of heaven that God opened up
That's
when he
right.
flooded the earth.
Right?
And beneath
Beneath,
the
like,
ocean,
came up.
you had springs
Right.
that God opened up.
And they
And the
sprung up.
water started springing up and coming up.
Extra water.
That's the ocean depth. That was in the ocean. The depth, that's below ocean level, man. That's below
they come up.
the bottom. God opened that up.
On the flood, right?
That's right. That's what it's speaking about. The ocean depth. That's the abyss. That's below.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And the clouds drop down.
That's verse 20, right? And the clouds dropped down the dew. Before it rained, the dew came down.
That's right.
God
It
used
ain't-
to
it ain't
water
have to
the
rain.
earth.
It ain't
Yeah,
have
it
to
didn't rain.
It ain't rain.
God watered the
Right.
ground by dew.
Garden of Eden ain't get rain.
That's right. Tom Sheep, verse
My
21.
son.
My
let
son.
not them depart from thine eyes.
Let not them depart from thine eyes. Go ahead.
Keep sound wisdom.
Keep sound
and
wisdom
discretion.
and discretion. What is discretion? I said, what is discretion?
To discern.
Huh? The word
Consideration.
discretion
Consideration.
means what? It's a quality of behaving or speaking in a such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information, which means that's discreet.
Consideration.
Discreet means I watch my words
You
and I watch how I talk.
You consider.
But I gotta be able to consider you.
That's
And
right.
if I consider you, I'm not gonna say certain
That's
things.
right. King.
I'm not gonna reveal certain
Careful
things
with my words.
because I don't want to
Okay.
offend you.
King.
Careful with-
King. All right.
I don't want to offend you.
Got you.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
So shall they be life unto thy soul and grace to thy neck.
Uh-huh.
Then shalt thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble.
Tom Sheep.
When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid.
When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid.
Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet.
Uh-huh.
Be not afraid of sudden
Be
fear,
not afraid of sudden fear,
neither of the desolation of
neither
the
of the
wicked.
desolation
When it
of the
cometh.
wicked when it cometh. Uh-huh.
For the Lord shall be thy confidence.
For the Lord shall be thy confidence. Thy confidence meaning God, you need to rely on God.
Be scared, boy.
I said rely on God. That's right. You said rely on God. Tom Sheep.
And shall keep thy foot from being taken.
Uh-huh.
Withhold not good from them to whom it is due.
Behold not good to them that whom it is due. Okay. There's some people that have did you good. Don't hold back when it's time to do them good.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
Tom
right.
Sheep.
When it is in the power of thine hand
To do it. Tom Sheep.
say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again.
Don't tell your neighbor to go and come back. Don't tell your neighbor to go and come again when I got it to
You
give
got
to
it.
him right now.
Got it tomorrow next week.
Tom Sheep.
And tomorrow I will give when thou hast it by thee.
Tom Sheep.
Devise not evil against thy neighbor.
Devise not evil against thy neighbor. To devise means to think up.
Come up with no evil,
You done came up
with lie,
with these lies and these evil
accusation.
accusations,
Talk about it. Sorry.
these charges that you have no proof about. Talking about you going by intuition,
So that's all in your head.
which means that's all in your head. That's all in your mind.
Nobody came into it.
Men got intuition too. You think you're the only one that got
Everybody
intuition?
got that.
Everybody got intuition. I got intuition. But guess what? If I ain't got no proof, damn my intuition.
My intuition.
Shoot. Damn that.
That's your own understanding.
I'm not going according to no intuition if I ain't got proof
Proof.
about what I'm thinking. I gotta eject those thoughts.
That's why God we had that.
Let's read.
We had
But-
to take her to the judges.
that's right.
If we had an intuition if she's cheating.
We had an intuition
If she's
if she's
cheating.
cheating. That's right. Good point.
The men.
And God said what? He said, listen, if you feel that your woman is cheating,
Wow.
he said, well, take it to the priest.
Yeah,
And he's gonna allow her, he's gonna make her drink that water
that's right.
that he put dust in.
That's right.
And if she
That's
Her belly
what-
swell.
dust from the altar,
Right.
right by the altar,
If her belly
her
swell,
belly swell and the thighs gonna
right.
rock.
She cheated.
If she cheated. That's your intuition.
Right.
Go ahead.
Men and women ain't get that.
Devise not evil against thy neighbor,
Uh-huh.
seeing he dwelleth securely by thee.
Uh-huh.
Strive not with a man without cause.
Strive not with a man without cause. There's no reason for you to start this debate and quarrel. All right? Because if he had done thee no harm.
That's right.
Tom C. You done started this whole argument.
Off of
And
evil.
I ain't did you no evil. I ain't did nothing to you.
That's right.
And the man just started the argument and you started it.
That's right. You're right. That's right.
Read.
That's right.
And be thou not the oppressor,
Don't envy the oppressor.
and choose none of his ways.
Don't choose none of his ways.
For the forward is abomination to the Lord,
Uh-huh.
but his secret is with the righteous.
That's right.
The curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked,
Tom C.
but he blesseth the habitation of the just. Surely he scorneth the scorners, but he giveth grace unto the lowly. The wise shall inherit glory, but shame shall be the promotion of fools.
And with that, I hope I heard that what was bought.
Shemo.
Shalom.
I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.